day of the week are.
Yeah. They do that with the elementary schools up here too.
So Emerson is off.
I don't know about Emmer. I think maybe. I know the high school is in school. I think it's just the elementary. It might also be junior high, but I'm not sure. I have nobody in junior high that I know of, so I don't know.
Yeah, I don't even remember what we did.
Good evening. It is 6:30 p.m. on November 17th, 2021, and I would like to call the regular board meeting of the Niles-Maine District Library Board to order. Greg, would you please call the roll?
Trustee Derblick,
Here.
Trustee Schoenfeld,
Here.
Trustee Makula,
Here.
Here.
Trustee Rosansky, Trustee Olson,
Here.
Trustee Keene.
Here.
Thank you, Greg. Okay, item 3 on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. Could we all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I keep forgetting.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. At this time, I will reiterate the rules for our board meeting. As board president and presiding officer, it is my responsibility to preserve and maintain decorum at all times during official meetings of the library board. As such, this board will not tolerate outbursts and interruptions during our meetings. I am asking that each member of the public respect that and to conduct yourself accordingly. If, on the other hand, you do interfere with the orderly conduct of this meeting, or you persist in disorderly, disruptive conduct, I will have you removed from the meeting. Any conduct which interrupts the consideration of the library district business is considered disruptive, including but not limited to shouting out, clapping, snapping, hissing, etc. during the meeting. Public participation and comments will be permitted during the public comment portion of the agenda, consistent with the library rules. Remarks shall be made from the speaker's podium only. Abusive and profane comments will not be permitted and will promptly be ruled out of order. If you persist, you will no longer be allowed to speak. The board vests in me, as the board president, the authority to terminate the remarks of speakers who fail to adhere to the rules. Individuals addressing the board must at all times adhere to the library policies and other rules as may be necessary for the efficient and orderly conduct of the meeting. All public comments shall be addressed to the board as a whole, and no comments shall be addressed to individual members of the board, library staff, or other members of the public body. Thank you. Cindy, will you call the first person on the list for public comment?
David Caravata.
And as a reminder, any speaker who does not comply with public comment procedures will be ruled out of order and not allowed to continue. Thank you. Please proceed.
Good evening, board members and all in attendance here today. I want to wish everyone a blessed and bountiful Thanksgiving. Speaking of blessed and bountiful, we reached that point of the levy for the fiscal year. The levy is a brick that goes on everyone's home or business that actually pays taxes to pay for the budget that has been passed by the board. The budget was originally $5.3 million. that was presented by the board. There was a Hanushek amendment, which brought us up to just about 6.3 million. So we got a cool million there, and that's where your budget's at. Now comes paying for it. It's like when the check comes at the end of a good meal. So, okay, when we're looking at the levy, the law, I suggest, says that you are supposed to levy only for taxes that you need, not that you want. So if we look at the library has a budget, 21, 22, this is so simple, $6,290,000. The library has cash and investments on hand of about $12,800,000. It has receivable taxes coming in that you add to that of $3,800,000. What does that mean? That means the library is sitting on cash and assets, liquid assets of $16,500,000 is what's in your bank. So the question is, if your budget is $6,290,000, which means you burn up about $1,300,000 every 2 months to operate the library, and you have $16,500,000 or so of assets, do you need to levy my house or anyone else's home, any other business, whether to capture new construction or not capture new construction or whatever the argument, the answer is no. We also have to keep in mind about what's happening in our overall economy. It's terrible. The gas prices, as I suggested, where they were going to go, which because it's pretty obvious to everyone, that's where they're going. Food prices, rents are up 25%. There are a lot of costs that people are going to be incurring, and it's only going to get worse on the projections. Where does this money come from? It comes from people having to come up with checks to write money out of their net income. That's after their take-home pay and other taxes. It comes out of your escrow accounts. It comes out of your college savings accounts for children, et cetera. The question is the money needed? The answer is no. How do we bring that $16,500,000 down? We spend $6,290,000 of it, and that leaves you about $10 million to play with, which will end up, based on my experience, which will end up to be about $12 million that you'll have in the bank. So what am I saying here? What I am saying here is that based on a budget of $6,290,000, savings of $16,500,000 is sitting there doing nothing and taken out of our Niles-Maine economy already. The levy should be zero. There should not be a levy. Now, then you also have your look back. My understanding on your look back is that you're able to look back 3 years when it comes to levying in the future, and you're able to pick your highest levy. Based upon what the previous board has done, that leaves you plenty of wiggle room when it comes to issuing a new levy for your next fiscal year. So I'm calling upon the board as a resident of this community for over 30 years and as a business operator owner for practice for 35 years. I'm asking you not to levy when it comes to the library and to spend down our savings, bringing our savings down here to about 10 to 12 million. Thank you.
Thank you.
Elliot Osherman.
Hello, my name is Elliot Osherman. Before I start, I want to make sure I understand the conditions for public comments. They are 1, a 5-minute limit per speaker. 2, comments must be addressed to the board as a whole. And 3, no interruptions. Do I understand this correctly, Madam President?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, my subject tonight is the levy. What is it? How much of the library revenue comes from it? How is it determined and by whom? What is the timing by which the results of the ordinance needs to be submitted to Cook County? The levy is the amount of money that the library board asks Cook County to assess as a property tax collection. In prior years, the previous boards have assessed levies that were intended to generate sufficient income to provide general operating expenses and also special funds to service reserves. This does not include any grants received, any fines, any other sources of income such as TIF funds or donations. In prior years, the levy has generated between 94 and 97% of library total income. My concern is that 3 of the board members seem to feel that great reductions to prior budgets can be generated. We saw this during the budget hearings in June and July. Those 3 members I will refer to individually as Loretta, No, and Shirley. As a group, there is another name I would use, but it is trademarked by the Fine family and is controlled by 3C Corporation. Thus, I will refer to those 3 board members collectively as the 3 snoozes. The treasurer of the board has in the past indicated he cannot spend money that is not budgeted nor allocated. On that basis, he has turned down the payment of membership to the Chamber of Commerce. In submitting a proposed budget, he eliminated the amount to be used in staff professional development. The board president has insisted that the hiring freeze cannot be adjusted because she does not know how the staff spends its time and does its work. The director has attempted to provide this information during August and September and October. These are monies that are provided by the levy. Just as the 3 snoozes have micromanaged the budget, I have little doubt they will attempt to do the same with the levy to be requested. Prediction: a reduced levy will be submitted. Once the money starts coming in, they will need further reductions as they cannot spend money they don't have. Prediction: in the budget hearings of June and July of 22, they will submit a budget with further reductions as they cannot spend money that didn't come in because they didn't request it. I'm extremely concerned that some members of the board have performed incompetently and inefficiently. There are 2 members of the staff that are responsible for FOIA requests. This duty is a job responsibility that is paid for with the money from the levy. Yet the board president, AKA Loretta, does not let them do their job. She passes the FOIA requests to the attorneys. Is this an efficient use?
Excuse me.
Thank you. You said no
Excuse me,
interruptions,
Mr.
ma'am.
Mr.
Ma'am, you said no
Osterman,
interruptions.
am I-
I'm following your rule.
Mr. Osterman, please do not read your public comments referring to any individual board member, whether you change the names or not.
That wasn't in the rules,
That
ma'am.
is
You
our-
said no
You
interruptions.
cannot be disrespectful to the members of the board or be sarcastic. Please clean up your comments to be broad and general, not specific to any individual board member.
I asked you if there was no interruptions and you said yes, ma'am. I will not be interrupted nor silent. No, ma'am. I will not be interrupted nor silenced.
You cannot
We will not be interrupted or
continue if
silenced.
you do
The
not
community
follow
will
the
not be
rules.
interrupted or silenced.
You cannot
I will
continue.
remember this, ma'am. We will remember this. The community will remember this.
Please.
I will vote against the 3 snoozes on April 4th, 2023. We will vote on April
you.
4th,
Thank
2023
you for your
against the
public
3
comment.
snoozes. I'm not finished, ma'am. I
Unless
asked if it was
you
a
can
5-minute limit
change-
and you said yes.
Unless you can change your format, I'm sorry, you won't be able to continue. So are we in agreement here? Do you
Don't
understand?
mention any officers, okay?
Don't mention any
You
office. Okay,
cannot
fine.
indicate
Fine.
anyone specifically.
Okay.
Don't mention any
Somebody on
officers.
this board passes the FOIA request to the attorneys. Is this an efficient use of tax dollars? I don't think so. I've seen some of the FOIA answers. Redacting everything is not a sign of transparency, is not a sign of openness, and might not be legal. Waste of tax dollars. Snooze number 1 strikes again. You have a person on staff who is quite capable of performing audits. You have a CPA firm that performs annual audits. Yet when somebody up there felt there should be an audit of computer equipment, did they have the staff member perform it? Well, that would have been an efficient use of tax dollars. No. Did they have the CPA firm do the audit? That would have been open and transparent. No, they hired their campaign videographer. His prior audit experience? No one knows. This is neither transparent nor open. That individual submitted a background report. That report was requested via FOIA. The entire report was redacted by Mr. Yasselby, an Emmy Award-winning videographer. Don't know, it was redacted by the attorney. More legal expense paid for by the levy. More wasted money by the board of the levy. The media policy. We have Sasha, who's on staff. One of his responsibilities is media response. His salary is paid by the levy, but he wants all media requests referred to her. Does this demonstrate transparency, openness, and effective use of tax funds? In prior public comments, has stressed that it is not a time for questions and answers. Has indicated to a board member that board meetings are not meant for discussions. Has in the past not answered emails. in meetings with a reporter indicated that falsehoods and half-truths are being spewed. When asked direct questions, she told the reporter he was asking the wrong questions. In conclusion, I am very disappointed with some members of the board, specifically Lowe, No, and Sharetta. We will neither be interrupted nor silenced. We will neither be interrupted nor silenced. The community will neither be interrupted nor silenced. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kathy Toy.
I hope the board can agree on funding the library properly with either raising the levy by 1.4% or keeping it flat. Some people believe the library is sitting on too much money. I disagree. The library has wisely saved money for capital projects. I equate the library's reserves with a savings account. The library has enough money in savings for emergencies. If something catastrophic would happen, like the roof collapse because it hasn't been fixed, the library is in a position to fix it without asking the taxpayers for more money. A decrease in the levy would put the library in a financial crisis that would take years to recover from. Please remember that the library abated $1 million to the taxpayers in 2020. The library was the only government entity in Niles to do so. On another note, I'd like to make the library board of trustees and the public aware that the board president is being investigated by the Attorney General for an Open Meeting Act violation. I have copies of my letter and the response from the Attorney General if you'd like to see them. After last month's meeting, I sent a letter to the PAC, Public Access Counselor, stating that I believed my rights to speak at a public meeting were violated by our board president's stupid rule that you cannot make a public comment to a specific board member. You have to address the whole board. If some need reminding, the board president gavelled me down last month and said I was out of order for mentioning her name. I did not direct any comment to her. I just mentioned her name. In her opening statement, she specifically says you cannot direct any comment to a specific board member. She can't even follow her own directions. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan Lemke.
Good evening. I've come here tonight to clarify something that I feel responsible for. I'll get to that in just a moment. The board received 13 applications for trustee, which is wonderful. And I'm sure that you are all pleased that so many residents were willing to volunteer for a task I think most of you would agree is pretty thankless. Out of those 13 applicants, one is not a resident, so 12 were interviewed. At this time, the half of the district located in the village of Niles is represented by 6 trustees, while the half in unincorporated Maine Township is not represented at all. Of the 12 candidates, exactly 1 lives in the unincorporated section of the district. This candidate, Umair Abdul Kadir, volunteered to become a trustee when he first moved to the district last year, having been a trustee at the Des Plaines Public Library. He was very clear that he is a new resident. You can blame a lot of people for the mistake that was made in appointing Mr. Kadir as trustee before 1 year of residence. You can absolutely blame me as director at the time. You could blame the previous board president. You can blame the library attorney. You can blame the statute, which I did consult, but which does not mention needing to be a resident for 1 year in the section on filling vacancies. You can blame the entire previous board who did not refresh their memories on the wording of the statute. Though I wonder how many of the current or previous trustees consulted the statute before they circulated petitions. I'm guessing 0. The board who appointed Mr. Kadir voted unanimously and were enthusiastic about his appointment. Voting to appoint were Karen Diamond, Linda Ryan, Diane Olson, Patty Rosansky, Sue Wilsey, and Carolyn Derblin. On being informed of the one-year requirement, Mr. Kadir immediately stepped down and reminded the board that he told them in the interview that he had recently moved into the district. Anyone who says or insinuates that he was untruthful in any way is lying or listening to a liar. Mr. Kadir is a scientist. He is also a patent attorney. He lives in unincorporated Maine Township. He is a person of color. He speaks another language, Urdu. He is experienced as a library trustee. In meetings, he was unfailingly courteous, made intelligent comments, did not ever lose his temper, and voted independently. Board members do not usually have the opportunity to choose their fellow board members, but this time you do. If you choose not to select Mr. Kadir, you are telling the taxpayers in unincorporated Maine Township that they don't count. You are telling them that appointing another white Niles resident is more important than getting representation for half of your district and for the many people of color who reside in both halves of the district. I encourage the board to take advantage of their rare opportunity to appoint a knowledgeable, thoughtful, experienced trustee while you can, forthwith. Forthwith comes from the statute. The statute says that vacancies are to be filled forthwith. This vacancy has been open for several months now. Forthwith means immediately. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pamela Nelson.
I don't really have anything prepared, but I do well when I speak off the top of my head after I've thought a while. I am here because I confront bullies, and there are several of the board members who are bullies. What Susan just said is valid. You are to appoint a trustee to fill a vacancy very quickly. But that's not why I came. I came because I'm not comfortable with your interpretation of the levy and the budget. You always levy more than what your budget is. You levy because if someone gives you money as a gift and it is over what your budgeting operating fund is, you cannot accept it. You cannot use it. So if you levy $10 million and your budget is $8 million, and I give you $2 million in a bequest, you can use it. But if you don't levy, you can't touch that money. Let me tell you who I am. I'm recently retired from working 2 library jobs. I was a library director for 6 years. I was the library director at the Museum of Science and Industry, the special library. I came after Carla Hayden. I was public service manager here back in the 1990s. And the woman that just spoke before me, I was on her hiring team. And why did we choose her? We chose her because she embodied. Okay, you don't look at me, I squeak. I squeak and I get your attention. You're very rude, extremely rude. We hired the person that you terminated because she embodied what a professional librarian should be and is. She had the best interests of the community. She had a master's degree. She writes eloquently and beautifully, and she writes for Children's Review Journal that many children's librarians would love to write for. She knows this community front and back, and you treated her like dirt. And that's why I'm here, because I don't like bullies and I don't like people like that. And I'm going to finish up with something that the people from St. John Brebeuf need to know about. When you had Olivia campaign on the premises before and after church at St. John Braebel, did you know that you were breaking the charity, the Nonprofit Charity Act? Do you know that St. John Braebel can be reported and will be reported? Because there is evidence in your videos. I've listened to every single board meeting. There is evidence that campaigning took place on the site of St. John Braebel, and there is evidence, someone testified that the priest said it was okay. The IRS doesn't think so. And so when St. John Braebel gets hit with an investigation for allowing some of the board members to campaign and to tell falsehoods, I had the privilege of meeting one of your patrons who came to a library I worked at on a Sunday because your library was closed, because you didn't listen to your library director who said, keep it open. So we had a lot of your patrons coming to other libraries. And I was told by this gentleman that Olivia approached him and said that there was embezzlement going on by the library director. I was told what Olivia said directly, specifically. And I sat down and I printed out a volume of things from your website and gave them to him. And he said, well, I just want you to know, I did not vote for those trustees that she told me to vote for. I did not vote because Niles Library gave me a life. I spoke with one of the research librarians when I was in college, and I was asking her, so what do you think I should do career-wise? What do you think I should do? And she helped me. She told me to study at a foreign country. I did. I studied at a foreign country. I met my wife. I have 2 children. Niles Library is a part of my life. And you sitting up there, the 3 of the 6 remaining are trying to kill and destroy a community organization that is so important right now. It's always important. It's always the foundation of any community. But in a time of COVID, in a time of pandemics, when people are scared, it is even more important. Your former library director.
Thank you.
Elizabeth Lynch.
Hello. This weekend, I brought my 2 sons to the library. The resources that we took home from this one visit saved my family nearly $300. Looking at my receipt, I learned my family has saved over $10,000 at the library this year alone. And that does not include the incredible help from the knowledgeable staff and the many events we've attended. Like the average resident of the district, my family pays about $33 a month in taxes to the library, but we gain well over $800 a month in resources. The Niles-Maine District Library card is by far the best deal in town. If this board wants to save residents money, they should be investing in the library and encouraging everyone they know to sign up for a card and take full advantage of everything the library offers. As you consider the most important vote of the year, I hope you will take seriously these words from your board packet. Investment in the library is an investment in the community. Funding the library does not take money out of the community, it multiplies the value of each dollar invested in the lives of every person in the community. During the last campaign, there was a lot of misinformation about, quote, reckless spending. Like any reasonable person, I am against reckless spending. And I am also against reckless cutting, because I know it does not mean savings, but additional costs for my family and many others. Instead of being vague, let's talk about what reckless financial decisions actually look like. Reckless is paying tens of thousands of dollars for consultants and lawyers when you have qualified and experienced staff to do the work. Reckless is understaffing the library and pushing out employees with decades of experience. Reckless is making financial decisions with long-term impacts on this institution without a strategic plan. Reckless is ignoring the recommendation of your own staff, and especially the one you hired to run the library, and praised just weeks ago for her judgment and professionalism. Reckless is wasting precious library funds to fight the union. Reckless is holding the levy hostage to push through cuts that are so unpopular, they motivated hundreds of your neighbors to join what was likely the largest protest in this community's history. Reckless is pushing off costs onto struggling households, your neighbors with the least resources. No, not all of us have computers at home. No, not all of us can start buying all of our books from Amazon. No, not all of us can pay for private clubs and cultural events. Many of us rely on the resources of the library. Stop this recklessness. Remember that your fiduciary responsibility is to the library and to the people of this community. It is not, I repeat, not to the wealthy political interests that bankrolled your campaign. Know that even your most ardent supporters have called publicly for a flat levy. Perhaps they realize now that the library has the lowest per capita spending of any of our neighboring communities. Maybe they learned during the budget process that cuts to funding inevitably mean cuts to services. It could be that, like me, they believe that the library's value to their own family and to their neighbors greatly exceeds the $3 a month they get back from a cut. Your duty is clear. Keep the levy steady.
Thank you. Are there any others?
Yes. Renee Sutherland.
I have 7:01. 30 minutes of public comments will end at 7:04.
Hello, every.
During your exchange with one of the public commenters, I did add a couple more minutes to that.
So how much can we offer this person?
So I think when you close out,
So she can make 5 minutes, we're saying, right? And then we will be finished?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much.
Hello, everyone on the board. My name is Renee Sutherland, and my pronouns are she, her. I'm here today to ask that you fund our library with a flat, steady levy. The levy is a brick. It's a brick that supports the roof of the library. A public library is a place where all are welcome. There's a reason why when one travels around, one sees signs telling them where the local public library is. It's a resource that can be used by anyone, regardless of income. It's a place to learn and grow. One can connect with one's community, find answers to questions they have, get access to technology, literature, film. During the pandemic, our library adapted to meet changing needs. I want to make it clear that I am addressing the entire board of 6 trustees when I tell you all that during the time since the current board president took control of what goes on the agenda and control of what the library staff can say and control of the director's ability to fill any vacant staff positions and control of which grants can be pursued, our library's remaining staff have adapted. And anyone who uses this library can see that they continue to do everything they can to meet the needs of the Niles-Maine District Library community. But this understaffing is not sustainable. So using that as a way to lower the levy does not make sense. A lot of patrons may not know what's going on with this board because when they walk into this library, there are still thoughtful displays with relevant book selections made by professional librarians. And when they look for programs, well, they can't find most of them in the printed newsletter anymore, but hopefully they're finding them online or calling in and asking about them or something. I worry about that. I happen to have a computer at home, and so I look online to find programs that my son enjoys every week and programs for myself sometimes. But I heard at the October board meeting that some digital services programs that people count on are no longer available because the staffing level can't support that anymore. And that it's only going to get worse as more staff leave or need to go on leave. Every day, patrons here are served by this library, and you trustees can still change course and allow the director to hire the needed staff, and you can maintain the levy so that this institution doesn't go any farther down a path of instability. If some residents choose not to take advantage of everything available to them and their neighbors here at this library, and want so badly to save $40 next year on their real estate taxes, instead of entertaining that idea, as trustees of this library, according to the resources provided to you all by State Librarian Jesse White, it is every trustee's responsibility to be an advocate for this library. If a friend of a board member tells you all that he doesn't want to pay to fund our library through his real estate taxes because he's paying too much money for gas for his car, you could all explain to him as trustees that you don't have to underfund our library to help him with his car gas problem. He could contact lawmakers to get to the bottom of why oil companies are making huge profits at his expense. If a friend is telling you all that people are leaving Cook County because of the taxes, you could look up the latest census data and show him that actually the population of Cook County has gone up in the last 10 years, not down. If you don't know how to look it up, you could ask a reference librarian. Or if you don't have a computer, you could visit digital services. For people on a fixed income and struggling to pay their bills, they should be informed that their township can connect them with assistance. They could get $40 of food from a food pantry to make up for the real estate tax saving that could be accomplished by decreasing funding for their library. Decreasing the funding for the library would have such a minimal effect on any one tax-paying family, but the cumulative effect on the library would be significant. And the value of anyone's property isn't going up by underfunding the library. When people consider where to live, they absolutely look at the schools and library and park districts. Even if they don't have kids or use those services, they know that those things impact property value and they impact the quality of life for the members of the community. A steady levy means we won't have a big jump later when there are buildings. A steady levy allows our library to be sustainable, to fund pensions and fix the roof and hire staff to replace the folks who couldn't stick it out under this board. And I know this board passed a budget with some goofy numbers that weren't real. The budget amount, even the appropriation amount for building repairs won't cover the needed roof repairs. At the rate you're going, the cost of legal fees will be overspent by multiples of what you budgeted. I am addressing all 6 of you when I remind you that President Derblett knew the budgeted amount for legal expenses was completely inaccurate, and she added $500,000 to the appropriation for that. I assume she kept it out of the budget column and only added it to the appropriation so she can make the budget look lower than what everyone on this board knows you'll spend. But the games that are being played here are not serving the residents of this library district. And if you genuinely don't know better, then please start learning more about what a public library is and what the role of a library trustee is. Or please resign. Thank you.
Thank you.
There any people that aren't, the time is up, I understand, but I'm just wondering if there's any people that did not get a chance that were signed up?
The next item on the agenda, I'm sorry, were you speaking?
I was, yeah.
What did you need?
I was asking if there were any people that didn't get to speak.
I said yes, there
Thank
was
you.
one.
Okay.
The next item on the agenda is approval of the minutes. Number 5, do I have a motion to approve the minutes of the June 1, 2021 budget workshop?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Now we may have discussion. Trustee McCullough, did you have any questions or comments regarding these minutes?
No changes. I'm fine.
Thank you. Trustee Schoenfeld,
No, everything is good on this.
trustee Rosansky.
Just one. Why is it you had to add in there, trustee Derbley requested Director Lemke to read a statement in their entity? Was this that whole page that we had all yellowed and this was the only thing that was
Right.
left? Okay, you answered my question.
That was what we
That was the
discussed at
page
the
when I
last
showed
meeting.
it up in the whole, just about the whole page was yellow. And that's what she left.
Right.
Okay, I just was gonna check and I thought that's what it was, but I just wanted to verify.
Okay, thank you. All right, trustee Olson.
Yes, I just want to remind you that minutes should contain a record of what is done, not what is said. So all these paragraphs that contain quotation marks really shouldn't be in there, but I'm done with this June 1st minutes, and I understand that we must move on. And your present minutes for the very last meeting are much better as far as
I'll
no
let Margaret
quotation
know.
marks. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, trustee Olson. Trustee Keene.
No comment.
Trustee Greg, would you please call the roll?
Trustee Derblin,
Yes.
trustee Schoenfeld,
Yes.
trustee McCullough,
Yes.
trustee Rosansky,
Yes.
trustee Olson,
Yes.
trustee Keene.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Do I have a motion to approve the minutes of the July 21st, 2021 regular board meeting? I need a move into the second.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Okay, we now have a motion and a second. Are there any comments? Trustee Mapula,
No.
trustee Schoenfeld,
No.
trustee Rosansky.
I'm looking at what was highlighted. So be it, I'm just, again, we're quoting people like trustee Olson said. We should just have what we voted on and what the vote was. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Olson,
No comment.
trustee Keene.
No.
Thank you. Greg, would you please call the roll?
Trustee Derblin,
Yes.
trustee Schoenfeld.
Yes.
Trustee McCullough,
Yes.
trustee Rosansky,
Yes.
trustee Olson,
Yes.
trustee Keene.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you, Greg. Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes of the October 20th, 2021 regular board meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Trustee Mapula, any comments?
No changes, it's fine.
Trustee Schoenfeld,
No comment.
trustee Rosansky,
Much better minutes. Thank you.
trustee Olson.
On page 14, I just want to make sure this is all typed correctly because I don't understand. Filing the current position of maintenance and security supervisor,
Filling.
filling, right?
2L.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, is that section all correct? As far as who moved and who seconded and the motion failed? That could everybody just reread it to themselves real quickly? And tell me if it's all correct, because it doesn't make sense to me.
I think the roll call vote at the end is backwards. Yeah, it should
As
be
far as
ayes.
names,
Ayes should be Rosansky, Olson, and Keene, and nays should be Derble, Schoenfeld, and McCullough.
okay, that would make sense.
The fourth paragraph in the bottom.
So trustee McCullough moved to approve the original motion. Trustee Schoenfeld seconded. The roll call is nays. Dublik, Schoenfeld, and McCullough,
Uh-huh.
and nays, Rosansky, Olson, and Keene.
Right,
Correct.
that would make sense.
I did
Okay.
go back and watch the
Yes.
video. That is
Yeah.
correct.
Yeah, so
I
those were flopped.
Okay, thank you for catching that.
Mhm.
The other thing is, on page 15, the very last paragraph, trustee Rosansky brought up the issue of our policy regarding the press and asked for it to be put on the agenda. Well, it wasn't put on the agenda, and, I could understand why we have so many things to cover tonight, but nevertheless, it should be addressed somehow to indicate a reason or just tell us that it's not going to
Yes,
be put
I
on the
agree. It's
agenda.
just, I thought tonight was going to be very time consuming to begin with.
Yeah, I agree, but
So it looks like December's going to be.
you- it looks as if you're ignoring our request.
No, I thought I've been speaking to people asking me, and that has been my response. I apologize.
Okay. Just wanted to-
So now that we made a correction to these minutes, can we approve them with the correction, or do they have to come back to the board? Oh, sorry, trustee Keene, I am so sorry.
Yes, there's another, there's an error in the public comment where it says Cath Toy, it should be Kathy Toy with a Y. Also, I think that if we're going to be reading the rules of public comment at every meeting, that should be on the agenda.
Agree.
It should probably go between the pledge and the public comment, because that's when it's read. So it should be, if it's a regular item that's going to be occurring, it should be on the agenda. I also think it should be added into the public comment that Kathy Toy was gavelled down and not allowed to speak.
Question. This is a request to change.
Yes,
the
I think
minutes.
that should be,
So we have to then vote on accepting her changes. Am I correct?
If there's a change suggested, we're to go back and watch the video, and if it's in there, make the change. Which is why they end up being quiet.
Well, you don't need to add, I mean, you can add, I'm sorry.
I was going to say, changing the spelling of someone's name,
Yeah, that's a typo.
that's a
No
typo.
problem.
And the other typos, those can be corrected.
And the votes can be corrected, yeah. So it's the addition of the, okay, so is it just, I mean,
She's just
everybody's
making a
agreeing
statement.
on
Is that
this
for the
Can I-
change?
future or
Can I have one
to
question?
redo
please,
this?
please? As far as, I'm not disagreeing with your comment about having her put in what her statement at the beginning of a meeting.
Mhm.
But would it be acceptable to you if we put it in all future meetings where she does it versus this one?
I know, I think it needs to be, it
Okay,
actually happened, so it needs to be reflected in the minutes because it
Okay.
actually happened.
Okay,
So just the statement of rules are read or the actual rules?
I think it needs to be an agenda item number. For example, on this meeting today, it would be number 4. And I don't know what it could be titled, President Derblick's Rules for Public Comment, something like that, because it is not what actually is in the bylaw. So it's not the bylaw rules. So it can't be called that.
The public comments should be read for public comments during public comments. And if there's any controversy about their validity, we need to run it by the attorney, because he's the one who prepared it based on our rules.
Okay, well, I'm not
And library
challenging that
district
right
law.
now.
that's not what.
I'm just asking for that to be on the agenda.
But what I'm saying is, it needs to
Yes,
be,
and the agenda, actually.
but for it to be on the agenda, it would be under public comments, because that's what it is. So it can be read before public comments, because it's part of public comments. It's not my rules or my ruling.
Well, they're not
No, I
Robert's
think
rules.
They are,
Where did you
because
get
they're
them?
not in the
They're
bylaws.
They're a combination of, he composed them from Robert's rules and our library district law.
at your request?
Actually, he created them for the public hearing. Make sure we could maintain some sort of procedure.
At your
Since we-
request.
No, since we were having hundreds of people here. So now that things, it seems that now we could use them on a regular basis so that we can all follow a certain decorum.
So if that's going to happen on a regular basis, it needs to be in the
Address.
minutes, and it really should be on the agenda as
Okay, we
well.
cannot change the agenda because unless we have,
You can
A
put a
super
part
majority.
A on the public comments. Part A is the
Reading of the
rules
rules.
for
I agree,
public
I
comment.
agree. It should be in public comment. So we
Is that
can't
good
add an
enough for
agenda
you,
item.
Becky?
Say it again?
Part A, under public comments, could be the rules that were read,
Reading the rules.
reading the
Yes.
rules for public
Yes.
comment. Thank you for wording it. I got tongue tied. Is that
Yes, that will work.
acceptable?
Mhm.
So in the minutes, it will say, under public comments, President Derblick read rules for public comment.
Yes.
Agreed? Carolyn?
Oh, yeah, that's fine. Sure.
Okay.
So should we vote on that, or should it just be?
So adding the Y to Kathy, adding that statement. Reversing the votes, correcting that. So those are the three changes.
Also, that one of the public comments was forced to sit down or
Oh,
gavel
yes,
down.
the gaveling. Agreed?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what was.
Gaveling?
The gaveling and making someone sit down during public comments.
Well, wasn't it a specific person who was instructed to be seated?
You
Yes,
want that
and
in
that's
there?
what
That's
she
what you
wants.
want to put in it. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
It occurred.
Okay, so Kathy Toy was
Requested to sit.
gavel.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. I was trying to say it a little nicer, but say it the way it was.
She was ruled out of order and gavelled down.
Thank you, Joe.
Sounds good.
So if we all agree on that, those changes, it can pass.
You can take a vote and pass the minutes subject to the change. I will Margaret will make the changes. We'll email them to you
Thank you.
after they're changed.
Thank
Not
you.
wait till the next meeting.
But they would be passed today.
Pass today.
Sounds good. So do we need to make another motion, or does our previous motion work for this? Just because of the fact we're
I think-
accepting it with changes.
To make an amendment.
I think you have to make an amendment to say that you want to approve the minutes as amended.
Okay.
And the move-in and the seconder need to agree to that, and then you can vote on
So do we
approving the
need to
minutes as
ask them
amended.
first, or we need to make the amendment?
Make
Make the
the
amendment.
amended
then.
motion.
Okay, so Becky, since you suggested, would you like
I would like to make a motion to
an amendment?
an amendment to the motion to reflect the changes discussed and approved by the board.
Second it.
And then now you ask the first and the second.
Yeah, so you ask Susan and Joe if they will accept it.
So Joe, you have to, you and Ms. Schoenfeld need to agree or disagree with the amendment so that you can vote on the minutes as amended.
I agree with it.
I agree also.
Okay, so they'll be
So
fixed.
roll call?
Trustee Derblick,
Yes.
trustee Schoenfeld,
Yes.
trustee McCullough,
Yes,
trustee
Yes.
Rosansky, trustee Olson,
Yes,
trustee Keen,
Yes.
Okay, the next one is D. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes of the October 27th, 2021 special board meeting?
out of order.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I had them out of order. It's not your fault.
so moved.
Second.
Okay, trustee McCullough, any additions or corrections?
I'm good the way it's written.
Trustee Schoenfeld,
No comment.
got it this time.
Trustee Olson,
Yes, I have a comment. On page 16, public session resumes. That is when we indicated that we took a vote. I think there should be some kind of indication or something that says no final action taken,
I agree.
because we don't, I mean, it just is up in the air.
So
Yes.
right before adjournment, I would say no.
Yes,
No public.
Actually,
no final action taken.
I made a statement that, the board, I believe you can hear it on the video, it was the board was unable, or the board did not,
You'll have to go back and watch it in order. to
yeah,
know
and you know what, I
exactly
wrote it down and I flipped it in one of these sections and I can't find it, but if you could please just include that sentence, I agree with trustee Olson, we need to make a statement as to the results of closed session, and that's exactly what it was. That the board had not, had made a decision
Right.
in closed session, that's what it said. So, but if you could just please listen to it and quote it, that, you know, and write it as it was said. I think that'll take care of that. Is that okay with you?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
So then I make the motion that we,
I
Pass
need to go,
this.
Patty. I
oh,
still need
you
to
have
go.
something else? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were.
Trustee King.
Thank you. Yeah, so I think the first thing is that the time is incorrect on here. The meeting was not
yeah,
called to
that's
order
right.
at 6 o'clock, and frankly, it's a little upsetting that none of the other trustees have noticed that.
Ed did, I had a.
Right, you did, that's true.
Yeah, I did too.
So,
But I was looking at the top where it said 6:30 and I forgot about that one.
so where it says call to order,
Yeah,
it should be 6:30.
yeah.
And then if we could add that line to the public comment that the president read the rules for public comment. And then the statement. was- So I'd like to make a motion to amend the minutes as discussed if approved by the board.
Second.
So that has to be accepted by Joe
It
and
has to
Suzanne.
be approved by the first and second original.
Mm-hmm.
Makula?
I approve.
I second.
You
So you
approve or
accept
approve trustee King and Keen's changes, okay, thank you.
changes. Done.
So will
We'll
we
have a
get
roll
this
call.
next meeting?
Can I just email it to you when the changes are made?
Okay, that's fine.
Trustee Derlick,
Yes.
trustee Schoenfeld,
Yes.
trustee Makula,
Yes.
trustee Rosansky,
Yes.
trustee Olson,
Yes.
trustee King,
Yes,
6-0, motion.
The next item on the agenda, number 6, payment of bills. Do I have a motion to approve the operating expenses of $192,911.41, payroll expenses of $262,144.39 for a monthly expense total of $455,055.80.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Do we have a motion and a second? Trustee Makula, do you have any comments?
I'm fine with the numbers.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
No comment. at this time.
Trustee Rosansky?
Yes, I do have comments. Check number 80321, which is on page 22. There's a item on the check for $29.99. Why was this charged to the trustee account without bringing it before the entire board to decide whether it should be charged to our account?
What is it for?
That's another thing. What was it for?
Email that
someone.
Me. I have the email here somewhere. If I remember correctly, it was for a fireproof safe to keep the executive session minutes. And is that correct?
That is one of the charges for the month, yes.
That was the $29.99.
Um, I have several questions pertaining to this so-called safe. First of all, the library already has a safe to keep our recordings in. And if our secretary is no longer secretary, will she return the safe to the library? Or if she wants to keep it, will she pay the library back for the safe? Number two, check number 80347, which is on page 24. 7147 was charged to the trustee expenditure, again, without bringing it in front of the whole board. What was this for and why was it charged?
That was the business part.
Okay, thank you.
Are there not explanations in the check register identifying the purpose? of
No.
it?
No,
It just says expended from the trustee account.
So
And I'm sorry, but I'm tired of things being spent out of the trustee account without it coming before the trustees.
excuse me, trustee Rosansky, I believe there is a check detail. there.
I looked
but
at
it
it
doesn't
and it doesn't
explain
say.
it.
Okay, then we need to take care of that.
Okay.
I didn't realize that.
Okay. Same check, $20 was charged to the trustee account.
Again,
Again,
what
Yeah.
page?
who authorized this and what was it for? The whole board didn't hear about it.
What page?
Page 24, just like the last one, it's that same check.
Yeah, well, I highlighted it, and again,
I'm sorry,
I emailed that to Becky, but I don't have a copy of the email here.
does that mean it was Becky's purchase? or
No, she
expense?
asked what all of the trustee charges were for, and I sent it to her. So I can go upstairs when you go into executive session and look up that email.
You know, maybe when there are questions to expenses, on to charges on the trustee line or any other line item, maybe you may want to include it to all the trustees, then trustee Rosansky would have known and I would know as well.
Sure.
What, do we know what this is for?
The $20 was supposed to be for a Facebook ad for the trustee
Oh,
vacancy.
that's right.
And the other money, the 70-something dollars was for the business cards and the
Okay.
$30 was for the fireproof safe. That was definitely not a board discussion.
None of them were. Okay,
Well,
isn't it bad enough?
Where is
that-
the safe? I would like to know where the safe is.
I think that's a waste of money when we have a perfectly good safe here in this building.
Is the safe at Suzanne's house?
I brought it today. I carry it with me.
To transport the tapes so they don't get damaged.
Every
do
time
they
you come to, I'm
transport
sorry, I don't understand what, like,
Yeah.
every time you come to the library or?
No, when you have an
When
executive
I have
session.
an executive session.
You carry the tape here
So,
in the safe.
when did that decision get made and who was it run by then? Because, you know,
They
that
did vote
didn't
before
come
the
through us.
entire board did, for sure.
No, I think it was a administration decision to keep the tapes safe, which legally we have to do. We have to provide for the safety of the records of the executive session. So if they're leaving the building, it's prudent to
So
make
this
sure.
was your
that-
idea?
I don't know if it's my idea. Someone suggested that she have a safe. I don't know which staff member it was. But, you know,
It's part of, legally, we are responsible for the confidentiality and protection of the
And that's why they should
Legally,
be here in
it's
the
safe
library.
in the safe
And
in
that's
the
where the-
library.
Well, because the board has determined that the secretary is handling these items, they need to be in the safe. And the cost of the safe is $29.99.
Oh,
It would have
granted,
been
it's
nice
not
to
a lot
have
of
found
money,
that
but-
out instead, you guys need to communicate that with the rest of the board
Exactly.
instead of letting us find out in this way.
This is inappropriate. Totally inappropriate. Find out.
And so that safe will be returned after,
Of course.
great.
I just want to again reiterate, when something is taken out of the trustee account, it can't be done by one or two trustees. It has to be approved
I
by the
agree,
entire
and I
board.
didn't realize that it would have come out of the trustee account
Well,
because they're not specific to trustees.
No.
well,
I
neither
don't-
was the
It's part of
police,
the-
and that was taken out.
It's part of the administrative cost. So, I mean, that wasn't my decision. I wasn't aware of it, but it's good to know that that's how it transpired. So in the future, any items that do come out of the trustee account should be identified in advance.
Thank
And
you.
then we will all not feel that, we were
Well,
overlooked or something.
thank you, because I'm tired of being blindsided.
So are you suggesting these should be moved out of the trustee account?
Right now is
Because
not the
the
time to
Facebook
discuss it.
ads or the business
It's
card.
certainly something that we can discuss later. Business
the
cards
board
have always
has
been an expense that comes out of the library. I thought it was a marketing expense. If it's a trustee expense, then it's a trustee expense. But if it's something that's been done all along, then please remind everyone, and then they won't feel that something being done behind their back.
Well, this is the first safe we ever bought.
Right.
And
So removing that, moving them to a different account requires a board decision.
Well, we
Can't be
have
done
to,
later.
we haven't,
you know what,
she
we have
doesn't want to vote on
reevaluate.
that now.
Okay.
I mean,
bring it back.
we have how many accounting numbers, accounts that we could move it to? We need to discuss it later. Right now, we need to move on with the board meeting.
Okay. I spoke to somebody at EMP who told me a bill was sent out October 31st. I'm assuming we haven't received it yet? Have we?
I'm sorry.
A bill was sent out.
They said their billing date is is the end of the month. So technically, since we're on the third week, I would have assumed if it was sent out October 31st, we would have received it. Have we received it? Thank you.
Remember. Yeah.
To my knowledge, we have not received it, and it's not in the system. We have one bill from Evans, Marshall, and Pease for $1,220, which I believe was in the September 30th
Yeah,
accounting.
yeah.
Since then, we've seen nothing.
Thank you. I'm done.
Okay, trustee Olson.
I just want to question what you crossed out, 80287 number. What was, can you explain?
And you're
Cindy?
asking to whom is the question?
Probably the person who initialed it.
Yeah,
Yes,
those are my
Cindy.
initials.
Yeah.
So this is a check for the renewal of Blackbaud, which is the accounting software. And the treasurer asked for more information on the check, which I did not have at the time that he was signing the checks. And so it is removed from this register for research. To research the contract, the terms of the contract, more information on the contract.
Yes, absolutely.
No,
We have,
this is a decision that should be made by the entire board, not two people on the board. Thank you.
The amount is, I can hardly read this. This is
That's because it was crossed off with us.
Well, I know. So what is the amount?
$7,828.38. You can look on page 27 and see that it's been subtracted.
And who made that decision?
I made the decision to subtract it from this because it wasn't going to be signed. And if you remember last meeting, we had to do all of the adjustments on the numbers here in the board meeting. So the check was not going to be signed.
Why wasn't it going to be signed?
Because the
Well, you
treasurer
have to
didn't want
have-
to sign it.
Well, the treasurer does not decide if we pay a bill for $7,000.
This is something that should go before the entire board, not one or two board members. And it should not be crossed off unless it is brought to the attention of the entire board.
I'd like to.
Wait,
shed
I'd
some
like to
light
hear
on
from
this.
Mr. McCullough. Why did, what was?
This is a 3-year contract that amounts to about $24,000 that never went before the board.
I'm sure originally it did.
Yeah, we don't even know when it started.
Well, we were told it started in 2020.
And we can't find a contract
and
for
we
it. That's what
researched
we're
it.
looking for.
I researched it and I can't find on the agenda. When it doesn't appear as an agenda item, it doesn't appear as a conversation in the director's report. And these documents we received, which are supposed to represent the contract, don't identify when it began. You can barely read it. It's totally convoluted, and it is a large amount of money. And since black law fraud is what we're using now, and it is questionable as far as what it provides and what our needs are, right now would be a good time to try to figure out if we can go from, instead of a 3-year contract or a yearly payment to a monthly payment, so we determine what on earth the contract really says and what this software can and cannot do. for
Well,
the
don't you
library.
think you should have brought it to us beforehand?
Or even put it on the agenda so we could discuss that issue.
This is
It was-
more than $5,000. It's not something that
Well,
you make the decision yourself.
okay,
No.
all we did was postpone the payment because we can't justify a contract.
Question, are you going to put it on the agenda for next month?
The hope is that we'll get all the information we need by then so we can discuss it.
That's the
Because
intent.
I want to know for a fact, because I'm tired of asking for things to be put on agenda that aren't ever put on the agenda.
Okay, and
I
the
want to
reason-
make sure this is, because to me, it should be.
The reason it's not on the agenda is because I have not been able to
No,
locate.
but that's
any
not,
information.
no, that's not an excuse. I'm sorry.
So
Then
then we
you
should
shouldn't have
check it.
crossed it off. If you don't want to talk about it, if you don't want to share this information with the rest of the trustees, then you shouldn't have started.
It's on
this.
here.
Actually,
It's in here, the description
I
is
think
on
this
here.
item, we didn't receive it in the mail until about the 4th of November. So it's not really
No.
for October payment.
You know what, I actually have a little more information on this item that I got from Cindy. And so it's correct that this is the second year of a 3-year contract.
Mhm.
It was set to auto renew on 11/15, which we have already passed now, right? So it's already auto renewed. We're already locked in. The changes, if we were going to make any changes to it, were required to be made 45 days before that. The bill was actually signed on October 20th by Cindy. And so it's been signed. It was due on the 31st. So now we are late on the payment and we are in the middle of a contract. So for you to come along and decide you don't feel like paying the bill is not okay.
Oh,
This is
that
not a
is-
decision you can
that
make
is
alone or with
unacceptable.
one other board member. And it's not a decision that if a check has already been signed, that we can go back on. We are in the middle of a contract. No, Cindy signed it. Joe didn't, yeah, okay. Your initials are on it.
Oh, you're talking invoice, not check.
So you can't just pick and choose whatever you feel like.
No, and in the
If you
middle
want
of
to
the contract-
investigate something,
No.
let's investigate it, but we do it together.
And why don't we do it now, so we're prepared when the contract is
Also-
finally up?
This company specializes in nonprofits. Are you looking at, do you
What
have
does
some
that
other
mean?
company in mind, Joe?
What is that?
It means that the software is designed for use by nonprofits.
You know, there's no such thing as a unique software for all not-for-profits. I mean, the software is either designated to your needs or it's not. It has nothing to do with being not-for-profit or corporate or or governmental or anything else.
And
It's what does this software do for us and what doesn't it do for us is really the question.
Well,
No,
that's
it's not.
something you should just
um,
talk about after the contract expires. when
Well, the
that-
problem is.
Or,
we can't-
or
coming
before
to
it
an
expires
expiration
next
date.
spring, when we start to
Yes.
investigate
You
it.
don't do it in the middle of a contract.
The issue
especially when
is,
it's late.
we
You
can't
don't
do-
just cross
the
it
issue is
off
that
and
you
say,
guys
"Oh,
can't
I
do
don't
whatever
wanna
you
pay
feel
this."
like.
okay, the fact of the matter is we have a contract that was not signed by the board. that was not approved by the director. We don't know when the first date of this contract was.
I don't believe any of that.
Well, look at the documentation.
Can you wait a
that
minute,
got from
please?
Cindy.
Can you
Read
please,
it.
Cindy,
I did.
contact the company and ask them for their copy of the contract so we can see who signed it?
Well, Cindy signed it.
No,
No,
it
I didn't sign
originated
the
2 years
contract.
ago. Cindy wasn't our
What
director.
doesn't matter? The
No,
fact
it
is that we
solves-
have to pay the bill
I understand that.
and continue with this contract and then determine after the contract expires whether we will keep that company or not.
We don't have a contract that justifies what we're supposed to be doing is the problem.
Well, then you get the contract before you decide not to pay a bill that's already
We've
overdue.
tried, I believe that the administration did everything they could to locate whatever documentation was available regarding Blackboard.
That doesn't
And the
mean you
end
don't pay your
result-
bills.
The end result is
No.
that the contract is not making any sense at all. And we're concerned about paying for something that's not providing the needs of the library.
But you already have
Could
the
we
service.
change-
You have to pay for what you've already signed up for,
Okay,
whether you
maybe
don't
we
like
could
the
change,
contract.
maybe we could change the payment from yearly to monthly.
Maybe we can.
Well, we need to investigate it once we figure out who you contact.
Right, but you have to still pay what is already owed, and then going forward is when you can make the changes,
Yes,
not
exactly.
after the fact. How many other software or how many other contracts do we have that are paid yearly? Do we know that?
A lot.
A lot of them.
So isn't it better to pay yearly? Isn't there an interest factor that we need to be thinking about too? If you pay monthly,
It
don't you pay
depends.
more
Yes.
interest? So it
Most of the
probably
times,
makes
if
more
you
sense to pay it once a year.
short term, don't you pay a larger amount?
I think what, as far as we've gotten, is trying to figure out if we could maybe pay quarterly, but that would have to be directly pulled out of the account. ACH, paid by ACH, not a check, just automatic payment. So we're still, we're gathering information, we just need a little more time to gather the information, but
But don't you see?
So
that
we will
it's
have this
not the right
information by
time to
next
do
month?
that?
I would hope so. But, I mean, it's a valid consideration to pay this, and then it's going to take time to
Pay your bill.
figure
Why are
out
we-
what you want
Let's
to do
be
going
caught
forward.
up to date, and then
I'm curious too, do we have some other software that we're looking into already?
No. But it would be nice, since this one doesn't do as much as it should be doing for the library.
So when thinking about changing, you haven't looked forward into what we could do instead?
Okay, we're not thinking about changing right now because we can't even identify the contract. We are paying yearly. We were trying to change the payment to monthly or quarterly to give us time to determine how we are moving forward. So
Well,
this is what we're
first you
trying to
pay
do.
the bill and then you can inquire about all of those questions.
I guess I'm just wondering too, since we've had Mr. Scalette here, has he given us any advice on this matter?
No.
Okay. And I also have a question for, my first thing when I saw these documents was like, why is this such a mess, Greg? What the heck? Because all these cross off and the handwriting is very unprofessional. And I know, Cindy, I sent you an email on Friday night about this, and I haven't gotten a response yet. So I'm wondering, well, it said that we talked yesterday about the black baud not being signed because Joe wants to review the terms. You never said anything about it. Crossing it off the documents for our meeting. Why didn't you tell me? Crossed off on each financial document with your initials.
Well, because I didn't know about it.
I sent this email to you on Friday.
But you're asking me, you said that you talked to me
I don't think
Thursday,
this
and I
conversation
didn't
is
know about it on
necessary at a
Thursday.
board meeting. If the two of you have
Well, if
something
I
to
can't get a
discuss.
response out of the board meeting, then it
Okay.
has to happen
All
in the
right,
board
this is
meeting.
not the appropriate time for this. Could we move on? Are there any more questions about the bills? Your conversation
I
with
would like
Cindy.
to
I
know
think
why-
we
should
need
be
to pay
handled
this
privately.
bill. We need to put it back on.
I have an
back
issue
in
with not
the
paying this bill.
expenses.
I
Okay,
still would
so-
like to know why, I know that you said you crossed it off because it needs further investigation, but it doesn't seem to me like that's something that
It's going to happen.
is in your responsibility to do or your ability to be crossing things off.
The check was not signed, is that correct? The
It was
check
not signed.
So the payment will not be made.
The payment needs to be made.
If the check was not signed,
Well, he
it was
Then
can
full,
sign
and
it
will not be
now.
made.
Then it
Okay.
needs to be signed tonight.
Is
It's
this
not
going to
happening.
wind up with the roof, like the roofing company where they finally send a lawyer in here and threaten to sue us?
Hopefully not.
Well, I
If we
hope
could
so
just
too,
move
because
forward.
the two of you
We can't move
keep
forward if we
doing this
don't pay
to
our
us.
bill.
Okay, is there any more
Exactly.
discussion
We're
on this
not gonna
matter?
pay this bill. We're not gonna approve payment of bills until this is included.
Okay, so is that the decision? We'll take a roll call now. Is there any more questions for payment of bills?
I have a question.
Sure.
So what's going to happen next is that the three of you are going to refuse to pay that one bill. And so then we're not going to pay any of the bills because we're going to say, no, we have to pay them all.
Yeah,
Or
so
nothing.
what
Or you
good
could
is that?
allow the administration to move forward and investigate.
It's
this
not an
further.
administrative
No,
decision.
no.
You guys got your fingers in there. So
Okay,
it's now
but-
your decision. It's not theirs.
It's not about whose decision it is. It's
Well, then
about
why
the
did we
other-
say that?
Can I please speak without being
Go ahead
interrupted?
and speak.
Pay the bill.
We're trying to gather information so we can move forward.
I
The
understand that.
administration is familiar with the procedure, or they're trying to become familiar with the procedure, because documentation is extremely scarce and hard to understand.
Okay, then you
So
can
we'd
do
like
it
time-
after you
We
pay
would
the
like time to
bill.
do that, and the check has not been signed because of that, and that's how we're proceeding.
But it could be signed tonight. And here's an illustration for you. All this talk about property taxes. When you get your property tax bill, do you say, oh, yeah, I don't feel like paying that because I don't think it's right. I need to investigate more. Or do you pay your property tax?
And then you.
This is very irresponsible. You're shirking your duties. If you want to change something, you don't do it after you already owe the money. It's wrong. Let it be on the record that the three of you are wrong.
Okay, are there any further comments?
I would like you to be assertive and be a leader, and please convince yourself to sign this check.
And this business of going behind our backs and pulling stuff like this has got to stop.
It's
And it
not
needs to-
behind your
Oh,
It
back.
is,
full
it totally
blown.
is. It totally is. And the
Okay.
fact that it was crossed off without our knowledge is pretty sneaky too.
This is unacceptable.
It's not all right.
Okay, the check has been removed from the check register. We need to look into the contract. There are many issues with the contract.
We'll bring this up
To
in
begin with.
December.
So by December, we should be able to remedy.
And we'll be another month in arrears with our bill.
Yes, how much are we going to owe because we're paying late?
You know, we need to look at the big picture. We're spending
Yes, we are
$23,000
looking at the big-
on something we can't justify was a signed contract in the first place. Okay, you need to look at it more seriously.
Yeah, the big picture is that this is the second time we're not paying our bills. And the first time it happened, the lawyer came after us. So what do you think is going to happen this time?
Exactly,
The big picture is you're giving the library a horrible reputation.
exactly. Nobody's going to want to give us any services.
What is the big deal about paying a $7,000 bill? And then you can investigate all you want, is for as long as you want, and you can spend your evenings instead of watching TV. I don't care what you do.
Weren't you just complaining about $29 and now you're 79 is nothing?
There's a
That doesn't
difference,
make
Joe.
sense.
It's not the amount of money,
It's the sneaky way
fact
things are handled
that-
and where they're put in charge.
The principle is we can't find a contract on this and we can't find the terms.
Did you contact the company and ask for
Yes,
it?
We're
to
hoping
me,
that
that's like,
Cindy-
duh, contact the
it's not,
company.
it's not for me to
What you
contact.
Well,
the
neither was
company.
any of the other stuff for you.
But
Were
you
using
constantly,
All right, you know what? This is getting a little out of hand here. Okay.
What you were sent is from the company. What you have, it's an electronic document, and what you have is from the company. So, that's what we
I
have.
have another comment about those that is not about Black Thought, actually. Shall we move on to that?
Please.
So on page 19, it says that there's a check for Heinzelman for $5,193.50. But also on page 31, it says that legal fees are $11,860. There is no check for Kleinthorpe and Jenkins this month. So I'm wondering why there's a difference of $6,660.50.
Good question. What are the pages again?
Page 19 is where it lists the bill for Heinzelman.
Mhm.
and page 31 has the total for legal fees this month, and they don't match. Why is that? Whoever can answer that.
Well, Joel has to answer.
I think Greg put the report together.
Greg can.
Okay.
So this month, we were asked to draft all of the checks for accounts payable early to accommodate Mr. McCullough and Ms. Schoenfeld's schedules so that they can come in and hand sign all of the checks and review the documentation behind it. But that doesn't mean that we stopped recording accounts payable. After they signed the checks, we did get an invoice from Pinethorpe and Jenkins, which is not in any of the lists of checks because it's not a check. It's a payable, and you'll see that next month in that list of checks.
So I have a question. So the invoice from Kleinthorpe and Jenkins has not been approved, but it's been included in the October expenses?
That's correct. It's a rather sizable amount, and
But it hasn't been approved yet, so how could it be included? And it's being held till the next month because it came in after your cutoff date or whatever.
well, it was
Why
after
would it be
after
included?
your cutoff date.
So
My
why
cutoff
would it
date
be
runs
included?
until the Wednesday before the.
My question again, Greg, is if it hasn't been approved, why is it included? It should be included in next month's expenses, if and then and when it's approved. Am I
Well, you
mistaken?
don't seem to.
Yes, you
believe
are
it's being
mistaken.
approved.
So you just enter expenses before they're approved?
When they come in,
So the process is that the check gets put into the system as a purchase order. That purchase order came to me. Once I approved it, it went to Cindy, and then Cindy approved it. And then at that point, it becomes available.
so this is all happening because drafting the check early for Joe and Sue.
Mhm.
Why are we doing that, Joe and Sue?
What was the question?
Why are we drafting the checks early
She
for
wants to
you?
know why they're drafting the checks around your schedule.
Because we were originally signing them after the meeting. Now we're trying to sign them before the agenda is done, so we have time to sort this out. It was last Wednesday that we signed checks. That's not a crazy time.
But it's upsetting the whole system.
I know, here's what you need to remember, though. We went from automatic check signing to the fact that they review
We
each,
review the invoices.
and then they sign it. So
Right,
there
why
is a
is that?
difference
Or
in
don't
time.
sign them.
Exactly. So there's a reason why there's a discrepancy in the time and scheduling. And we're trying to adjust to that. But they don't automatically just have their names put on the checks and they go out. They do review the documentation. So there's what the difference
Yeah, well, it's
is.
upsetting the whole system of how
Not
it
really.
works. Yes, really, I think, maybe we should ask for administration input on that.
You know what, this is a double check on the whole system. When we go through these invoices, we check that they're correct.
That's
John,
great.
when
It's
I
great
was
that
the
you're reviewing
treasurer,
the
I
check.
used to go
That
through
doesn't-
invoices too.
Doesn't mean we have to change the
And
system.
I still had it automatically signed. If I had a question, I asked my questions, and you know what? Make whatever excuses you wish.
Well, if you can do due diligence, just looking at the summary sheet here, you're great, I can't do it. that way.
Well, whatever.
So what is the repercussions for doing it this way? Cindy or Greg?
Repercussions for doing what?
For changing the way the bills are being done.
Repercussions for putting the expenses in this, for recording the expenses without cutting the checks, means that the numbers don't match. Next month, when the checks are cut, we'll include Kleinthorpe and Jenkins in next month's check run.
So it's just kind of sloppy.
Huh?
It's sloppy.
I don't know enough
evaluated in those terms. Greg, do you have any comments?
Yeah, so in the past, what we try to do is get all of the checks, because we only run checks once a month. We try to get all of the vendors' checks or invoices, I should say, into the payable system. And then run the checks for all of the invoices that are, have been approved and are in the payable system. In that case, you would get more of a match. You wouldn't have the question about the legal fees not matching the legal fees that are being paid, the legal fees in the income statement versus the legal fees in the check register. It's easier to explain to people who have a little difficulty with, some accounting concepts that, when these things are equal, everything is good. But, now we seem to have a few different concerns in front of us. We can do that, as, Joe and Suzanne wish. But what you'll have is this kind of, I'll call it a hangover. There are expenses that are in the P&L, which will hang over until the next month and be approved at that. I took a look at the checks that came in. I'm sorry, the invoices. I keep saying checks. The invoices that came in subsequent to the check run. It was about $12,000 in total. I think it was $11,571 or thereabouts. So, it's, it can be manageable, but, it's, I think things run smoother and are easier to explain if, if it was more in line with what we used to do.
On another note, there are a couple of different aspects to this accounting process. And if we're going to have Lacey responsible for every single invoice that comes in 30 days out of the month, she is running ragged, trying to get everything processed, trying to get documents that match up with invoices so that these checks can be processed. It's a nightmare what's going on. We've got to come up with a cutoff date, and we need to stick to it so the administrative office isn't losing their mind trying to get this all done. It's been unbelievable what's being done at the last minute and how much, everything isn't as fluid and as easygoing as you think. We get an invoice, there's all this documentation that needs to be gathered to justify it, and it seems that it falls on Lacey. And I think it's time that we just decide to pick a date and we just live with it and we will adjust. But we have to have our staff being able to do this without working to the 11th hour. It's just not fair to them. There's just so many other parts to the accounting process besides the fact that Greg Fritz has $12,000 worth of invoices that he's seen. I mean, processing it's another story.
So this would be a decision that we would make as a board though, right?
No, it has nothing to do with the board. It has to do with
No,
your
it has to
accounting
do
process.
with, the people who are making.
It has to do with accounting and who's doing what and the best way to have it done. But what I'm trying to say is there's a lot of components here, not just one.
I'm hearing a lot
So
more
here
than what
we
you're
are
saying,
today.
actually.
So here we are today, and we have our expenses before us, and if we're finished with the questions, can we determine the next step? I'd like to have Greg take a roll to pay the bill. So is everyone finished with their input?
Yes.
Any more comments?
Actually, I would like to make a motion to amend the amount of payment and have us vote on that. So I would like to make a motion to amend the spending, the amount of the expenses to be 191, sorry.
The original
Yeah.
amount,
plus the black.
2,000, no,
$200,739.79. There we go. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. McCullough and Ms. Schoenfeld, do you accept the amendment?
No.
No,
Not a surprise. I hope the lawyers get your phone numbers.
once again,
Okay, so the amendment didn't pass, so we'll now take a motion. We'll now have a vote on the main motion.
Trustee Dermott,
Yes.
trustee Schoenfeld,
yes,
trustee McCullough,
Yes.
trustee Rosansky,
Abstain.
trustee Olson,
abstain.
trustee Keene.
I abstain.
The vote is 3-0. Motion passes.
Congratulations.
Actually, it's 301, 303. 3 ayes, 0 nays, and 3 abstentions.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is number 7 is the trustee reports. Oh, okay. I have a few things I'd like to mention. I would like to thank and congratulate Sasha and the library staff on their outstanding job providing, one, the annual veteran celebration honoring our veterans for their service and sacrifice, and the not so haunted open house, an excellent opportunity to introduce the library services with the Halloween theme, which attracted children of all ages. It was incredible. Sure. Oh, no? Okay. Oh, so it's adult services and library staff that handle the veteran celebration. Okay, thank you for sharing. Awesome. Awesome. No, I didn't know. Thank you. Nice to meet you, Georgia.
Robin, Annette, my department, Rachel, team services.
Awesome.
They're all
Good to know.
Sasha's report, which is on the library highlights on the website, lists all of the people that were helping him.
Okay, well, thank you
for
all.
that
It
event.
was, I mean, I think it's a wonderful celebration. I know this year it wasn't a breakfast, but I hear it was incredible.
I'm sorry, I just need to mention everybody.
Go right ahead.
Katie from adult services, Rebecca from youth services, Bernadetta from digital services. Yeah, I mentioned Robin and Annette from PR marketing. Thank you.
Well, I understand. And you know what? They were two huge events. And I could see how it takes so many people to pull it off, but they were just incredible. So thank you for all your hard work. That was wonderful. And I just had one other thing I wanted to mention. I learned about, I call them, they're like book boxes. Apparently the park district created, or somebody installed these boxes in different Niles Park District parks. Were you? Is it? Okay, and they each box has like a different name, and I couldn't identify the who created it. But the point is, you can drop off a book, or you can take a book or do both. So the other day I noticed we had, you had some books that that were weeded. So I took a few boxes worth of books and I just went around and filled these boxes with children's or adult books. And I kind of picked books that, aren't real common to what we always read. I thought like spice up some of their interests. So I thought that was a good way to get reading out. And each one of them, or most of them, had a little saying that encouraged reading. So I thought that was great. So I just wanted you to know that your books are being put to good use, even though we weed them because we're not using them. So that's all I have. And the next report is.
Excuse me, you're talking about this, we should all get a chance to talk.
I was going to just call
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Makula.
Thank you.
Last month, Carol and I had gone to the 7 nursing homes that the library had within our district here. And about 3 of them are closed down and didn't want any books. 3 of them, they have a lot of books and they really didn't need any. But one of them, the one on Ballard Road by Potter, his shelves were nearly empty. And last week I was able to get books that we were discarding, or they were perfectly good books. The staff selected a good selection. And I think there's about 150 to 160 books that I took over to the nursing home there, and they're very happy to get them. So that filled their shelves up.
Thank you. Trustee Schoenfeld.
Yes, I was very impressed with the veterans and also the Halloween presentation. The children were so happy, and I received a lot of good positive comments from my neighbors as well. Had a wonderful time.
Trustee Rosansky.
Yes, I have several comments. Thank you. First of all, I'd like to address the Night of the Roses. Thanks to the generous supporter of the library who didn't want to be named, who paid for us to have our membership. Becky and I were able to attend. It was a pleasure to attend, and we heard about a lot of good things that are going on in our community. It was really eye-opening. Suzanne Wolf, our digital service lead librarian, received the Ken Schuler Chamber Member of the Year Award. Fantastic. I'm so proud of you. Congratulations. The not so haunted open house was a big success. We had over 600 people attend. I enjoyed seeing, because I was here, all of the fun costumes. I had the pleasure of working with Cruella DeVille and Gumby. Fun was had by all.
Thank you. Trustee Olson.
Not a today.
Okay, thanks. Trustee Keen.
Yes. So I also wanted to mention the Night of the Roses. It was first time I had been in it. It was a very nice event. You guys worked really hard on putting it together. It was a nice time to enjoy being with the staff in a different setting and just having a nice time and celebrating Susie's success. So again, congratulations on that. And thank you for letting me join you for that night. It was very nice. It was a good time. And I also really loved the pumpkin contest that you guys did for Halloween. That was very fun too. Very cute to look at when you went in and out of the library. I really appreciated the Day of the Dead activities that Rosie did in youth services. It was really a really nice set of activities that she put together, and my son got to make an ofrenda at home, which was very nice. And I also have really been appreciative of the conversations and comments staff are giving me anytime I come into the library. I very much appreciate that. Thank you.
Ditto.
All right, thank you. Trustee McCullough. The treasurer's report.
Yes. October is the 4th month of the budget year. At the close of the month, we had $12,737,934 in cash and investments. We also had property tax receivables of $3,740,765 for total financial assets of $16,478,699. Revenue for the month was $2,033,163. Salaries for October were $266,270. Employee benefits were $58,476 for a total employee cost of compensation of $324,746 for the month of October. Material purchases were $84,468, which is $29,138 over the month of what would be accrued for the month. For the 4 months of our budget, we are $20,046 over budget. Library operating expenses for October was $37,356, which is $10,269 less than budgeted. General and administrative expense was $22,471, which came in $3,358 less than budgeted. Utility cost for October was $7,032. We had no capital expenditures for October. Building and equipment maintenance expense was $4,640. Total expenditures for October are $493,348. For our budget year, our total expenditures to date are $2,023,370, which is $129,071 under budget.
Okay, thank you.
I have some comments on the treasurer's report. I wanted to point out that $65,459 have been spent so far this fiscal year in legal fees, which is 164% of our annual budget for that. $65,459. Also think it's important to maybe give a little report on the treasurer. This did not come up in the monthly meeting last month, but our treasurer thought it was a good idea to go back to the roofing company, Tecta Anthony Roofing, and see if we couldn't get some other kind of contract with them. And so there were some repairs put together in a contract for just under $5,000, which is the amount that the director is allowed to sign off without board approval. So it's very sneaky. It was not brought up to the board that this contract was going to be solicited again. And it is actually the treasurer's job responsibilities are to keep and maintain accounts and records, not to go out and get job bids from companies that have already been dismissed by the board as an entirety. And I want the public to know what's going on behind the scenes. Luckily, it didn't go through, but there is still monkey business going on that you need to know about.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next item on the agenda.
Carolyn, before we move on.
Yes.
May I offer a comment, please?
Sure.
So, Joe, in your report, you add the property taxes receivable to the available cash, which is really not appropriate in this case. The property taxes receivable and the companion account deferred revenue are only adjusted at the end of the fiscal year, as has been done over the last, well, at least the last 8 years. And I think, many years prior to that. So, while it's interesting to add those two together and come up with a number that's very large, it's really not appropriate because a lot of that money is already collected and is in the $12 million. So you're actually counting it twice. So I just want to make that.
What page is it?
That's the balance sheet. I don't have a
okay.
site.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any other comments?
I noticed that the COVID supplies, we've already spent all the money in the budget for COVID supplies, so that means we're not using it anymore. We have no more budget for that?
We are over budget, but I did ask Greg about that, and so we just continue to buy what we need to keep the staff and the community safe, and it goes over budget.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is the director's report. Cindy, did you have anything to report?
Yes, I wanted to do just a staff update. And this month I wanted to put it in context of, it's talked about in terms of budgeted staff hours. So when we're budgeting, the budget is based on a certain number of staff hours. And so Our 21-22 budget was based on 133,133 staff hours or 68.27 full-time equivalents. The month of October ends with a sort of annual projection of 117,689 staff hours or 60.35 full-time equivalents. And that's if, everything stayed the way it was today. And no one else, we had no additional attrition. So for October, we did find out about additional resignations. There is an additional 12-hour patron service 1 position. That will be, the person will resign. There's an additional 16-hour maintenance and security assistant position that will be empty, and a 37.5-hour youth services program coordinator position. And then in January, we know that the 37.5 hours of the maintenance and security supervisor will be vacant, and then an additional 18-hour maintenance and security assistant position. And then we just did, we do anticipate another vacancy in December. I believe it's 22 hours in use service. So just wanting to keep the board informed of the status of things, and that it does stress the staff to be stretched. I feel bad that I cannot do something to relieve that stress. So I just want to make sure that you're aware that it does cause stress to be under pressure to do your job, especially when you're dealing with the public and you need to keep a certain amount of calm and composure, and have additional stress makes it that much more difficult. As far as the COVID update, the mask mandate is in place. We are trying to be diligent in our internal safety and cleaning protocols. Again, can be difficult when we are short-staffed to make sure that we are doing as much cleaning as we need to do, particularly as the rates are beginning to tick up a little bit. So we'll have to see where that goes. If that continues to rise, we may need to go back to some additional cleaning protocols that we had in place early. And we may need to revisit hiring back the cleaning crew that was doing the bathrooms overnight. I just want to throw that out there so you can begin thinking about that in light of the news that we're under. I also presented last month the Illinois Library Presents Programming Consortium. So that will come back in December. Hopefully the board will agree to go ahead and participate in that 6-month trial period so that we can get some really good economical programs for the patrons. Also, we are hoping to have our staff training day, January 21st, 2022. That is in the budget. There's $1,000 there for that day. And we do need the board approval to close the library that day so we can have that in service day. My comments on the levy presentation is that investing in the library is an investment in the community. Library materials and services provide excellent economical opportunities to all residents for, among other things, enjoyment, enrichment, experimentation, lifelong learning, acquiring new skills and finding a new job, exploring new technologies, or, my favorite, reading the backlist, which there's never enough time for. So funding the library does not take money out of the community. It multiplies the value of each dollar invested in the lives of every single person in the community. And There are my statistics, if you have any questions on any of those. For the program list, I'll be happy to answer those. Otherwise, that is the end of my report.
Okay, thank you. Trustee McCullough, do you have any questions or comments?
I believe we had $1,000 in that account was for the parade. That's what the designation was for.
What is he?
For the 4th of
$1,000
July
for staff
parade.
day. No, there's $1,000 for staff day. We can look at it again.
Pardon?
There was money. You're talking about the 4th of July parade?
We had in the final budget,
Mhm.
there was $1,000 that we put back in, but that was meant for the 4th of July parade. We had
Well, the staff day doesn't come under promotion. It comes under staff development, and there's $1,000 in there left for,
I
it was
would-
originally 2,000 and it was cut to 1,000.
I'll have to go check.
Okay.
I thought it was for the 1,000 was for the parade, but I could be wrong.
And I thought that was cut to 500.
$1,000 was for the parade. It was a different account, Joe.
Okay, Trustee Schoenfeld?
Cindy, I would like to applaud you for all your hard work, but I do have a question on page 42 for the year-to-date of number of visitors that attend the library.
Okay.
In regards to your actual information that you provided to us, how is the numbers determined? I mean, who actually does the actual clicking of the visitors actually attending?
So there's a gate at the front that clicks when people walk through. And that is read every morning by the patron services staff. They keep track of the numbers of the,
And does that also include like delivery people as well when they enter the building as well? Or
no, they're all coming in the back door, the deliveries.
that was my only question. Thank you.
I really don't have anything to add or question pertaining to your report. I enjoyed looking at the one that you actually gave us, that other board members decided we didn't need. I still appreciate it, and thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. The managers and supervisors put that together and they worked really hard.
And they're very nice. Thank you.
Trustee Olson?
Yeah, once again, you have an excellent report for October. I really enjoy reading it. Wonderful activities in all the departments. It really shows an amazing staff that work together and cooperate and share and create. It's really wonderful. I think we forgot to mention that you are the proud recipients of a $10,000 grant. I think that's great. Congratulations for that from Age Option.
Yeah, that the adult services department and digital services work together on that grant.
Thank you. Let's see, I think we should talk about staffing. We have how many openings now? Quite a few. I think we should put that on the next agenda.
I think we should put a temporary freeze on the temporary freeze before we even bring it up, because otherwise we're going to be shut down like we were at the last
Oh,
meeting.
well, of course, I'm thinking that
And
is
I
not
tried
gonna
to
be
get it on
valid.
this agenda and was shut down for that.
Well, we'll try again. Somehow, at some time, we have to lift this freeze. I mean, we can't work these people to the ground. You are not thinking forward or not thinking of the
And
library.
with all of the
or
maintenance people that
community.
we're losing, I don't even want to think what this place is going to wind up looking like. Building services, excuse me.
And if the cleaning crew is not hired anymore, I guess we got rid of them.
Yes.
The evening, who's cleaning in the evening?
Well, the restrooms are being cleaned in the morning by the maintenance.
Okay, not acceptable. All right,
Especially if we're losing so many of them.
yeah. All right, do you need us to vote so you could have a staff day? Do we have to take a vote?
It's not on the agenda. It will be in December. I wanted to
Okay.
just let you know about that. I hope it will be in. It's on for December.
Well, I
Well,
hope
you
it's
can put it on the agenda
also,
for
since
December.
We have somebody who likes to not allow things to be put on the agenda that should be.
Well, we can't have the president say yes or no all
She
the
has to.
time. We have, I mean, she's definitely going to be more cooperative now. I have to say
You
that.
think?
In the new year,
Oh, excuse me.
because we're thinking of the library now. We're moving on. We're being a leader. We are working towards cooperation.
Some of us are.
Well, I'm still hoping next month, a discussion of the staff, the policy for no hiring definitely has to go first.
The hiring freeze has to be
Right.
lifted.
Right. Okay, I'm sorry, that's all I have to say.
Thank you, trustee Keen.
Yes, I think that maybe during other tonight, we can address that hiring freeze, because the termination or the terminology, temporary hiring freeze, implies that it is temporary, and it has already been in effect for quite some time. So maybe during other, we can discuss that. I also enjoyed the report very much, and Cindy, I agree with your statement about the levy presentation, and I appreciate those thoughts. As far as the staff day, I don't know if there has ever happened before where the trustees are present, or if we would be maybe asked to present on something, just throwing out some ideas. I wouldn't mind doing something
Yes,
like that.
there's always somebody has presented or one person.
I'd be happy to do that.
Okay.
That's all.
One other thing on the monthly statistical report. It would be very helpful if you had, I think we've had these for 3 months. And in order to make comparisons, you have to go back to the last 3 editions or the last 2 editions. So if we had August, September, and October, I mean, just run off, several months on the same spreadsheet, it would be more.
Talk about running someone ragged. You can pull the
Exactly.
3 out
Can't you
yourself and
keep
look
your
at them next to each other.
Spreadsheets from the previous month, Joe?
You have to compare all the different sheets. There's like 3 or 4 sheets.
Keep them from the previous months, Joe.
Normally, a spreadsheet would have.
How many
12
trees are
months
you
on it.
killing, Joe?
What page are you looking at, please? What page do you have there? What page are you referring to?
45.
And you
There's
would-
room there for a couple more at least. You can see what direction things are going then if you have 3 months. If you have 1 month, you don't know what.
So I can easily do that.
Yeah.
I cannot, this is. this
You're
is-
not going to get 12 on there, no.
Well,
But-
no, but this format is particularly with regard to the renewals that you wanted. Now, if I can
Yeah,
present month by month, but leave that extra information out about the renewals, you
We-
can see the months side by side based on total circulation plus renewals.
Right.
That works for you?
well,
So,
Does
talking
anything
about
really
Lacey
work for
running
him?
ragged for something that is normal practice now is not okay, but then asking Cindy for something else that is information that we already have and making her doing extra work, that makes no sense.
well, from now on, if we'll just keep adding the last 2 months onto the new sheet, we don't want to.
Again,
missing my
he's still
point.
So that
asking
we
her to do
we can
more
see what
work.
direction we're going.
Excuse me.
Easily.
Let's try not to interrupt.
Well, I do try to do that. That's sort of what the charts are. So I was particularly doing it this way so you could see the renewals that you had asked for, to see those different numbers. But I think it is helpful to see trends. So I think we can
That's what I'm saying, Trent.
periodically show the quarterly or something, because we were doing that
We were doing year-to-date.
Maybe we need to check
comparisons
with
for
Dennis
3
Walsh
years.
to see if that's something we can do or not.
To do what?
If you can create some more reports that we don't already have, make sure that's okay.
So we have all of that data. And like I said, Susan was presenting year-to-date, 3 years side by side.
Yes, I remember.
Okay. So
But
that's
that
what I-
doesn't month to date, month to date, month to date, that we are being requested. Year to date is one thing, you're doing it once a year.
Are there any more comments or questions? The next item on the agenda, number 10, is new business.
I'd like to make a motion that we have a 10-minute recess.
Second.
So they want to have a 10-minute recess. We got a movement in a second.
Yes, we do.
I did, yeah.
Is that what she's asking for?
Yes, that's what she's asking for.
I'm sorry, who was the second?
I was-
You were-
A 10-minute recess?
Yes, Joe.
No.
Okay, next. Yes, somebody else.
Can you call the roll?
You're going to call the vote.
One second. Trustee Derblin,
No.
trustee Schoenfeld,
No.
trustee Makula,
No.
Yes.
Roseanne, trustee Olson.
Yeah.
Trustee Key.
Yes.
It's a tie vote, 3-3, the motion fails.
Thank you.
The
Okay,
next
let's
item
move
on the
on.
agenda is new business. Number 10. 10A is the presentation and discussion of the 2021-22 Niles-Maine District Library levy. At this time, I would like to welcome Christopher Scallett of Evans, Marshall, and Pease, who will provide the 2021-22 levy presentation for the Niles-Maine District Library.
Good evening. Haven't spoken for a while, so I'm gonna try to get it out
Have you had fun?
there. I've been having a lot of fun sitting there watching. I really have. I hope the board was able to take a look at the documentation that I provided within the board packet. So my main objective here was to give the board an option in terms of the levy. So I came up with 3 different levy amounts, flat amount, an increase based on our CPI percentage, and then a decrease. My main reasoning behind going through a lot of these things, I made a spreadsheet that is listed under Exhibit 1A. Basically, that talks about our fund balance targets and reserves, and then links directly back to our fund balance policy. So Exhibit 1B is our fund balance policy. So I'm going to start with the general fund. I'm going to move to the special revenue fund, and then I'll go from there. So our fund balance policy, this was adopted by the board 10/16/2019. So the general fund says our fund balance target should represent at least 6 months of operating expenditures. Balances above the 6-month target may be transferred to the special revenue fund. So when I do my fund balance targets or reserve calculations, I always use audit numbers just because I know those numbers are verified, okay? So our most recent audit report is June 30, 2021. So our general fund, as of 6/30/2021, our policy says we want 6 months minimum, okay? So as of 6/30/2021, we have 8.5 months of over our minimum, right? So our minimum, we say 6, We're 8.5 over that minimum. So we have a total in reserves of 14.5 months, but 8.5 months over the 6 months. So we're doing what our policy is saying. We can't, the policy doesn't say, there's a set max. So general fund looks okay. 8.5 months of reserves, we'll leave it there. Go on to the special revenue funds. This is where it gets a little dicey, according to the fund balance policy that the board set. So our fund balance policy for special revenue funds reads, these funds have a targeted fund balance between 3 and 6 months of expenditures. I was conservative with my calculation. I used 6, so I could use 6 basically across the board. You continue reading the fund balance policy. It says these funds will be monitored and the taxes levied to support them will be adjusted to ensure they operate within the target range. Okay? So we're talking about the tax levy. Our policy is talking about we need to levy to ensure we're operating within that range. Special revenue funds. Audit fund. We are over by 4.82 months. Liability fund. We're over by 3 months. Our Social Security fund is underfunded by 6 months. Board should make a transfer to make that fund balance positive going forward. We won't talk about that right now. Working cash or working cash workers' compensation, we're 5 months over the six-month target. Unemployment fund, 40 months. Our building funds, 8 months over. So according to our fund balance policy, those funds are well overfunded, right? And we're saying to ensure they operate within the target range, they need to be lowered. And then it continues, it says here, it may take more than one levy cycle to ensure the funds are operating within the proper range. Okay, so depending on how the board wants to approve a levy, we obviously need to get those funds down to adhere to our fund balance policy. And then as I kept going through this, then I started digging some more, and this kind of stood out at me. Authority and reporting. Staff will prepare and include in the budget document a schedule that shows the status of the district's balances compared to the targets outlined in this policy. I have not seen. I don't know if this is something that we've been preparing, but I'm trying to say, hey, let's stay to our fund balance policy. And then there's exceptions to the policy. If the district board of trustees adopts a budget that does not meet the parameters of this policy, then the budget will include a plan for adhering to this policy within a 5-year period. So I kind of take that as, hey, we have 5 years to try to reduce those special revenue funds. And within my calculation too, I'm excluding the capital projects fund or our special reserve fund, which as of 6/30/21, we had about $3.7 million in fund balance. And I know I've been listening, if something happens within the library, we need to make sure we have money to cover things. We have 3.7 million. And again, I'm back in June, that's our most recent audit, to cover those items. So and then also my firm, we specialize in governmental reporting, governmental auditing. We do about 50 different entities between school districts, townships, park districts, libraries, and in most recent court cases, the DCEO, which is the Illinois Department of Commerce and Economic Opportunity, says the minimum cash reserve should be 6 months of operating expense, which we have that. So that's a good thing. However, the court cases don't really have any justification to say how much should we have in reserve, right? That's really on the board in the general fund, but our special revenue funds, clearly we're falling way over, right? So within my professional judgment, in total, and I'm going to take the 6 months out of this, right? We have almost 27 months of funds for operating. All right, so that's well over 2 years. Okay, so if it was me or a tax levy, and that means we can operate without receiving $1 for 2 years.
Is it your position to give us advice on what to do with the levy or just present us with options?
They always.
I mean, I was gonna, that's why there's 3 levies here. I'm giving, and you don't have to accept anything. You could come back and say, hey, not 18%, not 12%, not 1%. That's up for you guys to decide. I'm gonna give my professional judgment based on what your fund balance policy says. And
All
to
we
me-
need are the facts and then we'll decide.
Right.
We don't need.
We
your
don't need
opinion.
opinion, thank you. Is what she's saying.
That's fine. And then and that's clear. Then I won't give my opinion.
Thank you.
And then I guess I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, we understand.
So just to clarify, the facts are, we have 27 months. We have more than, or we are over in our funding and can be covered for 27 months of operations without asking for a penny in a levy.
Yeah, that's
And then you gave us breakdowns for the other accounts, and we have 8.5 months, we're about 4.8 months, 2 months. So we apparently have a very healthy balance. And so I just want to make sure that we all understand, just looking at the numbers,
We understand.
that we have 27 months.
We understand.
Because we're not
operating
doing
funds.
anything.
Okay.
Because we're not
So-
fixing anything, because we have a
Okay,
roof.
so the point is, as long as we understand that, and then.
Well, I
and then-
understand that those are his calculations. That doesn't mean I agree with them.
Well, you know what, numbers don't lie. They're not, they're
Not
not just,
true.
it's not just made up, but we
All right,
can
can
move
we hear-
forward.
Is there anything else that you're presenting?
Is that? your
No,
presentation?
that's all I wanted to present.
Okay,
And what were the 3 options for the levy that you were
So,
going?
so the 3 options that I prepared within the board packet was a flat, so basically the same levies we had last year, which was a total of about 7.193 million, a 1.4 increase, which is the highest legally we can go. And then I had in here a negative 18% decrease.
I have a question. Keeping it flat would mean 7.19 million.
7 point, yes.
Why would we need to? Why would we keep flat at last year's budget if this year's budget is less? Wouldn't we keep it? Wouldn't we, if it was flat, wouldn't we leave it with this year's budget? I mean, I still find that to be high. Or am I misunderstanding?
No, you're right on it. I mean, the whole theory of a municipality is to levy what we're going to spend. That's the whole objective of government.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I understood that. So, our budget, Joe, are we 6.369?
6.29.
Okay, so 6.290 is this year's budget. Okay.
And last year's levy is over.
Okay, right, yeah, he
7 million.
mentioned 7.19, okay. All right, and,
Excuse me just one second. Just so you don't get too far ahead of me here. So last year's levy that I'm looking at right here, it says the grand total of last year's levy was 6,983,725. So Chris, I'm wondering
where
You-
you
you're-
getting the
you're-
7 million from?
where the flat
You're getting that
comes
7 million from the county. So within Cook County, when you levy, depending on new property tax growth with other factors, sometimes that amount will get higher. So I actually have the levy from
And
the county.
sometimes because of TIFs, it's lower.
Oh, so this is what we actually received, the 7.1?
he's using count.
Whatever. Yes
And
and
that's
no.
in the audit. So just because what we asked.
Oh, okay.
Right, but I had that number too, 6,958,725. And actually the $7,193, I'm sorry, 7,193,237, which it says on the flat levy, is actually more than the 1.4 increase that we were allowed. So I don't understand where that
Yes,
comes
neither do
from.
I. calculations are off.
1.4
Can you help me
increase is
understand that?
7.293. Not sure what you're looking at.
So, the flat levy that you have in the sheet
Mhm,
for the total of $7,193,237.
mhm.
If the levy last year was
The levy
$6,953,000,
last year wasn't 6 million.
yeah, it was.
No, it wasn't.
That's what I'm looking at here.
That's what you guys asked for. It's not what we received from the county.
Oh,
So how do we go from,
So what are you
help me
suggesting?
understand how we get to the
We
7
ask,
million?
if we go levy, if we go level rather, you're saying we're asking for the 7 million when technically we should be asking for the 6?
No, that's not, I'm going based off what the levy was actual last year, not what we asked for.
Maybe I can add some clarity.
Yeah, I need clarity because to me, we're voting, we're considering what we're asking for, not some other number that they might decide to give us. We're considering what we're asking for here. And so I would appreciate having actual numbers that are factual numbers.
So let me just add some color.
Factual?
Yes, factual.
Yeah, these are
What
facts.
the numbers are.
Yeah, these are facts. These are facts.
But what you're looking, the way you're looking at it is different. So let's just make sure we
Let's
make
see
that
what-
distinction. So Greg, please go right ahead.
So ordinance 2005 was the levy ordinance last year, and we asked for, in the levy, $6,983,725. Now, what the county does once they get that is they gross it up by 3%. And what they're attempting to do is account for the people who own property who are not going to pay their taxes or are going to get some sort of refund or some sort of, it could be an error certificate, or maybe somebody files for a senior exemption and they go back a number of years and so on and so forth. So what the county does is, in order for the library to get $6,983,725, they actually levy, it's called a grand extension, $7,193,2 something, 237. So that's how you get there. But
Yes,
what we
ask
actually,
for the lesser amount. We don't ask for the greater amount.
that's true. We ask for the lesser amount. And what our actual experience shows over time is that our bad debts relative to real estate taxes run somewhere between 3% and 4%. So a little bit higher than what the county actually allows on the 3%. So, if on a flat levy, for example, we tried to actually put in our levy document, our ordinance, is 7,193,237. That would be 1.4%. That would be greater than 1.4% increase. Okay. And we would probably be, prevented from doing, they'd make some automatic adjustments. But, the key here is we levy an amount, the county grosses it up 3%. This is very consistent, and it's happened year over year. And what we actually realize is a lot closer to what we actually levied. And you made a comment about TIFs. That's reduced.
I think, isn't there a new TIF coming in for 207? I heard.
No, well, that I'm not familiar with, but the Niles, the village of Niles has 4 active TIFs at the moment, and all 4 of them are pretty young. But down the road, as they make improvements and as the property values increase, what'll happen is taxes associated with the increase in assessed valuations will be taken and put into village accounts, and therefore, lessen the amount of money that the library actually realizes from its levy.
Mhm.
So I think that's the discrepancy that we're talking about. It, in practice, it's called loss and costs.
Mhm.
And it's, something that's pretty normal. I think it may work a little bit differently in some other governmental bodies, but that's the way it works here.
Yeah, and I did hear that 207 is supposed to have a tip. Where it affects, I'm not sure, but I did hear.
One other point too is, we typically don't always collect 100% of the levy as well. It varies between 95 to 99% as well. So there's that, 5% could be that we're not.
You
collecting.
shouldn't add the 3% right up front because we don't ask for that 3% because that puts us over the 1.4. So that's, I noticed that, and I'm sorry, I have a problem with that discrepancy. Are we going to start
ahead.
asking questions from Joe on, like we normally
I'm
do?
trying to
has
figure out what's
something else
going,
to
Greg,
say
do you
here.
need
Yeah.
something?
If I can just mention one more thing. The numbers in Exhibit 1A,
Mhm.
the number of months over, under, all the way to the right, 14.48, the number of months in excess of reserves and so forth. What those numbers include is the capital fund. So it's, the capital fund really isn't available for anything except capital projects.
Mhm.
And there's about $3.7 million there.
Sitting.
And that money is being divided by the 1 month average to arrive at 14.48 and 20.48, which is a little bit misleading. The numbers are probably more realistically like about half that much.
Well, 3.7 million in the library is 2.7 million in the library, no matter where
It's
it
still,
is.
a reserve is still a reserve.
Yes,
It's
it's
cash
still
in there.
money.
But it can't be spent except on special.
We have no difficulty
Project.
spending that money. It's doing just fine.
I think it's restricted by statute.
It is, but when you look at what we pay for out of that special reserve account, it's amazing. So I wouldn't look at it in those terms. It's still 3.7 million sitting there.
That's money that we were going to use for the roof, correct?
You don't need 3.7 million for a roof.
That's, part of it is the roof, replacing the computers. They're starting to age out. They're about 5 years now, and we're looking at trying to extend it for another couple of years, take them out to 7 years, and we think that we're safe with that as long as we're able to upgrade the operating systems and the chips, and the chipsets will take the upgrades. The other major items in there, there's a significant amount for replacing the parking lot. At some point, we try to seal it on a regular basis this year. The sealing operation was crossed out of the budget. I think we had ballparked that around $200,000 or so. I can't remember everything else. I can provide a list if the board is
Well,
interested.
that's quite all right. Can we just
The,
stick to the levy percentages
I
and
just want
numbers?
to
That is
mention one
part of
thing
it.
about the capital fund. That was set up about 2 years ago because we had too much money legally in the general fund. We were overfunded in that, and our auditors said we had to move that somewhere or give it back to the taxpayers, and we chose
No, Joe.
In the
You weren't
interest-
on the board. No, that isn't what happened.
In the interest of staying with the facts, the auditors never made any such assertion. And the money was transferred based upon the study that we did. And that we presented an accumulation of that study to the board. And the board at that time decided to fund the capital fund or the special reserve.
Nobody told us that if we didn't, it would have to go back to the taxpayers. You're being
There are
slightly
limit-
delusional.
No, there are limitations.
Yes,
This
but you're
library
also
has never
making up
introduced
stories,
those
too.
factors. Okay, moving on. So I'd like to get back to my options for the levy. If we leave it flat, we're going to request, Chris, how much in the levy? I'm sorry, and I wear my glasses and I can read all this.
It was 7.193 million.
But if we
Okay,
vote,
and they're saying that we can't do that. So I'm trying to understand why they're saying that. What are you suggesting?
Why are we, don't we have
Can I please
questions first?
Yeah, I'm not, that was the levy that we received.
I'm trying to get, you know what, excuse me, ladies, but you know what, all this interruption, I'm just trying to understand what he presented
Okay,
and where we
okay.
stand. Is that okay?
yeah,
Go ahead.
questions is what I'm looking for.
I just want to know what are our three options tonight for this levy, and then you all can ask any questions you want.
Good. I have plenty.
The three options are I presented them within the audit report, or the board report. It was flat, 1.4%, and then a negative 18% decrease.
Okay. All right, that's what I needed to know. Thank you. Okay, now I know everyone's anxious to ask questions, so Trustee McCullough, if you have any questions.
In effect, what I see here is our budget is 6.29 million. And the 18% decrease is 5.88, is basically 5.9. There's a $400,000 difference. We're reducing the levy. We'll end up with $400,000 less in taxes. Yet we have a balance of $12 million. I think that's easily reasonable to levy that amount, because the $400,000 is all that, it's not really 18%. It's 18% from the $7 million budget.
Correct.
Or levy, excuse me.
Correct. And part of that was me trying to present this in a way of levying it for what we actually spent. And I use a 3-year average for that as well, too.
So
the
basically,
idea is we don't want to build surplus. We want to just be able to operate with what we budget.
so basically of the $12 million in cash that we have, we would be, with this 18% reduction, we'd only be taking $400,000 out of it, which is minimal.
Or not getting. You won't be receiving.
We wouldn't receive it, yes. So we would reduce it by 400,000.
And obviously depending on what the
Theoretically.
county would give you
Theoretically.
as well, yeah. But that's correct, yes.
you have something to say, Greg?
Okay, Trustee Schoenfeld?
With that reduction, is the library still functional in terms of staffing and coverage and so forth?
Yes.
How can you make that?
You have
statement?
$12 million on
You have-
hand. Excuse me.
Ridiculous.
Thank you. Have a
Goodbye.
good evening.
Thank you.
Can I say one thing?
Sure.
The level of professionalism within this board is probably the worst I've ever seen.
Good. I'm glad you think so.
We agree.
Seriously, in all aspects.
Why would you want to work here?
Yeah, and I don't, and that's where I'm at right now. So I'm actually going to take my stuff. You guys can do whatever you want.
Thank you.
And I'm resigning as of right now.
Okay.
We didn't even get to ask our question.
You don't need to ask questions. And I had a feeling this was going to come to this, but at least it's on record that you guys
Can you
know.
tell us how you got to 18?
No, I can't.
That's a waste of money.
Yeah, and you want to know how much I figured out for paying him so far? You're not going to bill us the $4,445?
Oh, please stop. How ignorant can you be? Aren't you embarrassed?
No, you
You
should
should be.
You should be.
This
Yeah,
is
and all
when we
this
should be happy
cackling from
instead of
the
when Heinz
audience is
wanted us to be happy.
outrageous.
So now, President, what are we going to do next?
Now what are we going to do?
We have to vote for the levy.
No, technically, Joe, we do a straw poll.
No, we don't. We
And
take a vote.
technically,
We
you
still have to
vote
discuss.
to pass,
We still have
You have three options for the levy.
Well,
We
the-
have to discuss in we have, and the answers will be given to us from Mr. McCullough.
We passed the ordinance in December on the
No, you
7th.
can't, you can vote tonight.
Straw poll.
No,
That's the
you
way it
vote
always is.
tonight. You vote tonight.
Greg,
and
do we normally do a straw
it does-
poll?
I don't care what you normally do. You can vote tonight. They can prepare the documentation and the levy will be completed. Unless you want to have a special board meeting.
Which we already scheduled.
And you all tell me, and you told me you're not coming if they don't
I
come.
didn't say. I
Yes,
wasn't.
you
Well-
did. You sent me the email.
Would you come if Joe didn't come?
You know what? We either vote on this levy or we have no levy.
Okay, works for me. Sure.
Okay,
Okay, I
so
have a question.
apparently,
Go right ahead.
if I can say something, apparently,
Please do.
the attorney says that we don't have to have 20 days between deciding the levy and adopting the levy because unless we would go over 5%. Right? So,
You're correct.
so we can, you can decide what levy amount you want and adopt it tonight on the same day. So.
I thought we had to set or determine the amount of the levy tonight and then adopt it on the 7th.
Yes, I thought
Well-
the 7th was the adoption.
You can
Yes, it
vote.
was on his calendar, but it only applied, it was not clear to me when I read it, that it only applied if you went over 5%. Then you had to have the public hearing and then you had to have the 20 days.
Okay.
So,
So we don't,
so that's why it's on the agenda the way it is tonight, because that's the attorney's statement, right, Carolyn?
Exactly,
Worked
yes.
with the
He
attorney
clarified
to
that we
clarify
could
the
do this.
agenda.
Yeah, so that's why we're doing this. Has nothing to do with what we did in the past. So we're here, but you
well,
claim you
I was
have
still
questions.
under the assumption that we were going to have to be here on the 7th.
No, that's
No.
why it's, the agenda was written the way it was.
Well, thank you for informing us.
So, I don't know where we are.
I move that we take a vote on the.
No,
need
no,
to
no, no,
discuss
no,
it,
no,
Joe.
no,
Slow
no.
down.
I
You
would
didn't
like
give
to
everybody a
discuss.
chance to
We
discuss
haven't
it.
discussed
Please,
anything.
please, let's discuss.
We're not on B. We haven't finished the A.
Okay, please, who would like to make a comment?
Well, I think the
Schoenfeld
three
is
of us would
finished.
like to discuss. I'm just
Trustee,
hoping that the three of you will
Trustee
actually listen,
Rosansky?
but you're already talking
Hold
over
it,
me and
hold
not
it, hold it.
listening,
It's your
so.
turn.
We are on what number now? Are we?
We're
Ten
on-
still
A.
on A.
We're on
We're still on
discussion.
A.
We don't have his professional advice, which is.
Well, we have his
fine.
document. So trustee
Yeah,
Rosansky, if you
which
have any
is
questions.
something my 5th grader could have done.
Really?
Okay,
That's-
seriously.
wait,
That's
wait,
This is
unbelievably
ridiculous.
unprofessional.
This is, we
Can-
paid
President,
so
can
much
you
money
please-
for this 6 pages.
Yeah, what do you want? You want a storybook? You gave me.
No, what do we
comparison.
normally get? A heck of a lot more than this.
Yeah, a bunch of hot
Okay.
air. You just need
Oh,
facts.
bull. What he was giving us was a bunch of hot air.
Really?
He,
Oh, my
he
God.
added the 3%
I'm
that we
embarrassed
don't
to be
put.
here. I am absolutely embarrassed to be on the
Oh,
video.
yeah, and we are always embarrassed when you're on the board too. So
right,
what can
Patty.
we do about that?
Patty, let's discuss.
I'm trying to calm down. Okay, go ahead.
So
Somebody
now
else
we
discuss
start
it.
with Joe first. Let's
Joe
hear.
has already spoken. Trustee Schoenfeld has already spoken. It is now trustee Rosansky's
I
turn.
would like to pass for now, so I can calm down. Thank you.
Trustee Olson, please.
Well, I wanted to know where the 18% came from.
As he
Anybody
said-
know?
As he said, he
No.
based it on keeping our levy in line with what our expenditures are.
Well,
Because
the
you levy
18%
for what you need.
The 18% is that of that $7 million that we levied last year. Our budget is not 7 million, it's 6.29, about 6.3. His levy is for about 5.9. It's 400,000 less than we're going to spend. And we have $12 million in the bank.
Are you counting the capital fund, your 12 million?
All right, take 3
Yes,
million off
take
of
it
there.
out.
Take 3 million off. We got 9 million in the bank. We're going to reduce it in effect by 400,000 by less, like 5% or something like that.
If we take out special reserves, we don't buy computers. So I hope we understand why we're saying that.
Special reserve, we can't touch
Yes, you can.
for computers and for special items. Yes.
Well, Well, I'm saying if you take it out, that means you're not going to spend it. Now, that's not a logical statement.
Take out the special reserves and you still have over $9
You
million.
still have you still have a lot of money.
And
That's fine.
we're
keep it.
asking to get 5.9 million for a $6.3 million budget. We're going to use 400,000 of our reserves and not burden our taxpayers. If you want to burden the taxpayers with money they don't have to spend, keep going on in the route you're doing, because that's not right.
So how are you going to
in the wrong
explain?
direction. You're not representing the taxpayers. We have more of their money than we should have. And we've over levied for the last several years.
We've been leveling it. We've
You're,
gone
well,
level.
how did you accumulate what would basically be $16 million? How did you accumulate that?
Joe,
You got more taxes in than you spent.
calm down.
Well, you can answer.
It's very simple. You took in more than you spent.
We were going to spend more, but some people came into the board and eliminated some of the things we were going to
This
spend
is over a
on.
period of 6 or 7 years at least that goes back.
We were planning,
You
you
didn't
planned for
accumulate-
your future.
you didn't
I
accumulate
planned
that
ahead of
surplus in
time
1
what
year.
I have a couple of years down the road and I save for it. That's what we do with the library. We see potential things down the road and we put aside for it.
We have taxes coming in every year. We don't need any more than that 5.8 million or $5.9 million levy. That's it. That's even more than we need. We could
So are you gonna
operate for
consider
a whole
any-
year with no levy. If you guys don't want to vote for a levy,
He's not
we
going
can just
to
go without a
put
levy. I
That's
want to
what you
vote for a
really
levy.
want, isn't it, Joe?
Yes, he wants us to go no levy.
I didn't say that.
Well, it's kind of obvious.
I said, if you guys don't want to vote for a levy, then that's what ends up. That's what's going
We
to
do
happen.
want to vote for a levy. We're trying to have a discussion about the levy and you're not
Continue.
willing
This is
to.
like majority of the discussions he's involved
If-
with. He treats us like dumb women and demands what he
How
wants.
dare you
It's
continue?
the truth.
You know what, how you feel shouldn't be thrown on other people.
Well,
He's trying to give you data and information to help you understand.
yeah.
Patty, can I
Unbelievable.
ask you
Whose
which
turn is
levy
it?
option-
Trustee Olson? Was it your
Wait,
turn?
Can I hear?
Well, I'd like, Patty, can I hear the option that of these three, which way you are leaning? Obviously not,
Not
the
cut.
mine is 18%.
I'm saying level,
Okay, so we've,
which is less than
We'll
what he
move on.
originally said. It would be 6 million something, not 7 million.
right, but you can pick the number you want. Flat, right?
Flat.
Well, I
Yeah,
have
right.
several
So you
ideas
can
that
decide.
we could talk about a compromise, but it doesn't sound like
They're
any
willing to
compromise is going to be
Well,
considered.
Each one has to state their opinion before there can be a compromise. So Patty has stated her opinion. Can we move to Diane?
Oh, definitely flat. We have to think about the future. I don't understand why you're so intent on thinking that this is going to take care of our, we have so many things to take care of. We need to run the library with this money for 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. We'll never get this money back. If we don't get it now, we'll never get it back. And to tell you the truth, people, they don't complain about their library taxes. They're very low. Last year, we gave $1 million back. How many people recognize that fact? None. Nobody came to me and said, oh, look at how low my taxes are for the library.
In fact, people complained that the $1 million abatement wasn't enough.
You know, a flat levy is $900,000 more than our budget.
Well, that's because our budget.
It's
is
more than
No,
our
it's not.
budget.
No, it's
So
not.
we don't,
taking
we
care of
should
it.
not have a flat
No, it's
levy
not.
at all.
No, it's not.
We're
Joe.
robbing the
Joe,
taxpayers.
you're, the flat
Every
levy is
$40
$6
we
million.
save
How
on it,
much?
Why are they,
Our budget is 6 million something. It is not 9, however much you said more.
the flat levy, if you look on the sheet there, is 7.
It's
Point-
wrong, because he told us he added the 3%.
So based
We
on last
asked for
year,
the lower amount, the 6 million. And the 3%, the government gives us that as a cushion in case. we don't ask for that to begin with.
The 900,000 is not the 3%.
Whatever, Joe.
If we levy that that flat levy, which is almost 7.2 million, they're going to add 3% to that, which is another
Joe,
200,000.
it's higher than we can ask for at this level. We can only ask for the 6 million, whatever it is.
6,983,725. So
Thank
can we just eliminate the number 7193?
Yes, let's
Can we
eliminate
take
it out
it
of
away
our
from the
brain.
conversation?
Because.
Flat is this. Okay, let's not argue about that anymore.
So where are we getting the 6,983 from?
Because that's what it was.
This is last year's levy amount. This is the signed executed levy, 6,983,725. That's a flat levy. So that is already less than his flat levy.
Thank you.
Truly flat.
Thank you for explaining that. So forget the 7 million because
It's not.
it's
Okay,
not
so
true.
we have
Another incorrect.
a revised Exhibit B to last year's levy amount. Okay, Exhibit B
Yes.
revised to this amount.
Thank you.
Exhibit B, yes.
Yes. I am inclined to go with a flat levy. If we decrease the levy now and then have to reinstate it next year or the year after, that's when taxpayers are going to come back to us and say, what the heck is going on? Why are my taxes so high? Because they weren't high, they went down, and now all of a sudden you want all this money from me? That's going to be a real riot on your hands.
We have 12 million.
We
That's not what I'm talking
we
about.
can
And talk
always
about
give
interrupting.
a reimbursement like we did in the spring.
Oh, you mean abatement?
We can always give an abatement. It's better to make sure we have enough to cover whatever and then give an abatement. There's nothing wrong with giving an abatement.
If we decrease the levy now, we're just going to have to increase it another year to make up the difference.
That's not true.
It is true.
It is.
And,
No.
So we
okay,
just
so
do
you're
1 year at a
interrupting me
time.
with your
Can
opinions
we
now,
just-
which is what you keep calling me out for. So a steady levy is better than being caught off guard later. And this is like a bare bones, this decrease is like a bare bones starvation diet for the library. It's short-sighted and it's against what we're supposed to be doing as trustees. We're supposed to be looking out for the betterment and the security of the library, and that's not what that's doing. And also, you know what about the legal fee appropriation of $500,000? That was not put into any of these things. How are we going to pay for that?
Exactly.
Where's that money going to come
It
from?
comes out of the appropriation. It's your appropriations is double the amount. We didn't put in a budgeted amount because we didn't know the exact amount. When I talked to the attorney and he brought it to my attention, he said, if you put 500 in the appropriation, you'll be covered.
Well, the attorney is not an accountant.
You want to know something? Neither are you, but could we move on? All you want to do is.
Now
argue
I'm
every
embarrassed for
single
you.
point. Every single point you love to argue.
Well, you know,
So,
where's that 500,000 coming from then? If it's
Coming
not
out
in
of the budget, you got 12 million sitting there. If the roof falls in, you're gonna have to use that 12 million.
Right.
If you keep getting FOIAs and packs like we do, you're gonna need to pay
Well, we
attorneys.
wouldn't get those if you were transparent.
And
I'm very transparent. When you make negative comments, you cause dissension among the residents, and they in turn around and do exactly what you're doing. And it's costing us a fortune. So be
what's
happy that
costing
you're.
So in
us a
other
fortune
words,
is
you're
to give them
telling
all
me-
to the lawyer.
In
That's
other
what's
words,
costing
you're
us a
telling me
fortune.
that this is my fault.
I'm saying the comments you make resonate with the residents, and they believe it is factual, and that's not
Oh.
fair.
Yeah.
You know what?
Well, my goodness.
So anyway, now that we're on the levy, are we,
That is
we're
Penny wise
flat?
and dollar foolish. You guys are very penny wise and dollar foolish.
And that's what you think.
You
of
have
our
$12
community.
million. Okay, we're
Okay.
not dying here.
Not yet.
No.
If you go through $12 million, then we really are mismanaging our library.
Look at it this way. If we got 12 million and we're going to get 5.8 million more, we're going to have about $18 million for coming in or on hand for a $6 million budget. So there's no reason to levy that high.
Going round in circles.
Mhm.
Okay. So if I'm understanding this conversation about the legal fees, is that we need to add back in this extra money into the budget to cover this legal fee?
She says it's
Or into the
Well,
levy? I mean, we have to make sure we levy for the extra appropriation?
Right.
Because we're not levying for the appropriation. We're just levying for the budget.
but she seems to feel we have enough money to cover it.
Since the other.
You
Oh,
have
I
$12
see.
million. If
Okay.
you want to
Okay.
levy
It's
for
not in
more,
the
go right
budget.
ahead.
No.
I don't know how much is
understand.
enough. I'm just not on
I'm
the
just
same page. So
trying
please do
to-
whatever you want.
Trying to understand the conversation.
I'm
It's
wondering,
going to be interesting minutes. Let me just say that. Try not to stress out about that, all this over talking. It's very difficult to come up with minutes for. So everyone has stated their
I
position.
have a question. Since Chris Kellett left the room, Greg, do you have any insight on whether or not we would need to add this $500,000 to the levy for the legal fees?
So we have $500,000 that if we reach that point, right? Because we are not going to be at a zero balance in the account if we spend the 600 and whatever we just amended it to. Where did it go? The levy? Here. Okay, so we amended that exhibit to be flat at 6,983,725. So if we levy this money and we spend it all, we're not going to have a zero bank account because we know we have extra money.
I understand that.
Right. So we don't have to add 500,000 into the levy to cover the legal.
But doesn't it make sense to do so?
Well, that's up to the board.
Why would
I'm
you do
asking,
that?
pardon me?
Why would you do that?
Why are you
Because-
spending so much on legal?
Yeah,
Excuse me. One at a time,
Go ahead.
so she can take the minutes.
because it makes sense, that's why.
Can you clarify what makes sense?
It makes sense that we would want to add $500,000 to the levy to cover the expenses of the lawyers.
When we already have enough money to
When we have
cover.
enough money to cover everything?
That's my opinion, and you have yours.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay, so then you don't want a flat levy. You want.
I'm just asking. I was just
Fine.
asking a
Well, we're
question.
trying to get to options that can be voted on. I think we're trying to get to a.
Why don't we
sense of
just
what we
vote
can adopt.
on all three of these options? Starting with the increase.
That would require a motion in a second.
Okay, so what would be the increase? It's just the 1.4%? Is that what I would be motioning?
Well,
We increase it by 1.4?
why are we even talking about it?
Is anybody interested
anybody
in
interested in increasing?
increasing it?
No.
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 Okay, good, that ends that one.
All
Well,
right,
but
that's
Did you
resolved.
want to increase?
Thank you. No, I do not want to increase the levy.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so we have flat and below now.
I mean, it's
Flat.
nice, but we're thinking of the library.
You have to think of the taxpayers too. We have a lot of seniors
Oh,
that
the
live in Niles.
$40.
I am one.
$40.
And I can spend the extra $9 I might save.
But not all of them can. You're
Not
lucky.
all of them can. They're on fixed budgets.
Well, it costs a
So
lot more to
now-
order the books on Amazon than it would to come to the library.
Did you not listen to our speaker as far as the benefit of the library compared to what she pays in taxes?
Funny how you're concerned about their taxes, but not about, saying that they can all have computers and they all can order books on Amazon. That costs a lot more than it does.
They
to come
also
the
want to
library.
come to the library.
in
and use
reality,
computers.
we're getting
They
about-
also they
we're-
want to come here and they want to talk to people. They don't want to wait
Yeah.
15 minutes because nobody's around.
Why is it that 85% of our population doesn't use the library?
I don't think that's true. That's not a true number.
Look at how many
Because
cards we
we're
have
not
and how many
spending
active
money
cards we
to
have.
Attract them.
So-
did you see the picture of the cards from the director's
No.
report? It was a
that's not
full
what he
picture.
said. He said
Cards.
library
sorry.
cards.
Do
Anyway,
we want to get back on?
Let's,
So if we
use Chris's number for the flat,
No.
that would include some money for the legal fees.
Right.
So
But it's also more than we're allowed to ask for, so that doesn't work.
So how
Is that
do
true?
you figure out what the total amount is you're allowed to ask for? Can I get that
No.
calculation from Greg?
I'm sorry, what?
Can I get the calculation from Greg, how you determine the amount you're allowed to ask for?
Oh, absolutely.
So taking last year's levy amount of 6,983,725 and grossing it up
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? 6,000,098?
6,983,725 is what the ordinance 2005 was executed at. 1.4% higher than that is 7,081,497. So that's 7,081,497.
So that would be flat, not seven.
No, that's 1.4% over last year.
Okay.
Flat would be 6,983,725.
Okay, got it.
Okay.
Thank you.
I appreciate answering the question, but I want to offer some information that just doesn't seem to be correct, if I may. May I?
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
So the $12 million that's currently on the balance sheet includes the second installment collections on the 2020 tax levy. We're not going to receive any more money from the county in the next several months. So at the burn rate of approximately $500,000 a month, that means that by the time we start to get the first levy payment for the 2021 levy, that we're going to be down in the $9 million range.
Okay.
So 9 million is actually, what I would consider to be the money that's, that's on the balance sheet that isn't earmarked or promised.
Well, it
And-
allows us for operating expenses for those several months, so you need to consider that.
Right, but this levy doesn't actually start getting collected until March of next year. So it's not like the money will start to come in tomorrow if you
Oh.
approve a levy tonight.
Exactly, but again, we have the money to cover us until the money does come in. I mean, 12 million is still 12 million, and if you look at well, I'm sure you look at balance sheets, but from month to month, our balance sheets are anywhere from 10 to 12 million, and this has been for years. So we are consistently holding on to a substantial amount of money. We really aren't in like dire straits here.
Can we
Then
just
why aren't
focus
you
on the levy
spending the
here?
money on staff?
We were,
If
we
you
were in
feel
the
like
I'm sorry,
we
process,
have
I'm
too
I'm
much,
sorry,
starting.
what was that?
We
sentence?
have too much.
We are in the process of determining your consensus on the levy, right? So which you had asked about raising the levy. Okay, so raising the levy,
I think we
I thought we
decided
ruled that
don't
out.
wanna-
We
don't
ruled
wanna-
that out.
we don't want to raise the levy.
No, we
okay?
just want flat and below.
But staying flat,
Mm-hmm. 698,375.
That's right.
okay,
Okay, thank you.
okay. So we're going to stay with this flat. Okay, so then we have two options, right? We have flat and we have decrease.
We actually have three options.
Well, I thought we decided we didn't want to
No,
raise.
our
it.
third option is no levy.
Oh,
And
okay.
if we don't decide on anything, we have a zero levy.
Okay, well,
All
let's
right.
try to be optimistic here for just a few
Okay,
more
that
moments.
is, there's three.
So can we get the 18, can we get the negative 18% amount? That would be,
The negative 18
Is
is
it-
5,888,132.
okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, so now we're down to These two or nothing?
Just third option.
Well, we can make our own third option.
Yes, you,
Yeah, I have a couple of them.
Okay, let's hear.
I mean, one, we could keep it flat. We could keep it flat, talk about having an abatement in the spring.
Yes.
But you know what, it has not been addressed yet, is that we don't have a strategic plan in place, and how can we even discuss having a levy when we don't know what we're doing for the next 3 years?
That's a big point.
That's like,
We should have had that. Somebody.
it should have been
addressing that
done in the
right
last 6 months.
before
Oh, we
now,
didn't.
And it needs to be addressed because.
Okay, today's the levy. Okay, we could talk about.
This
strategic
is about the
plan
levy,
later.
Carolyn.
This has nothing to
This-
do with the
oh,
levy.
yes, it
The
does. It
strategic plan has
costs us.
everything to do with the
So what do you
levy.
want to do? Change an amount, change an amount. Let's not get into all this big discussion. What is your levy amount so we can have a vote?
Are you just trying to shut me up?
No, I'm trying to take a vote for the levy. That's the purpose of the meeting.
We're trying to have a discussion about the levy.
Okay, you know what?
Okay,
That's-
we're trying,
You could talk about the sun, the moon, and the stars. Just figure out what you want to vote on the levy so we can proceed.
So you're refusing to listen to my discussion? And you're telling me
no,
just to
let's
vote?
listen to it now. We're going to,
By all
listen
means, go right ahead.
so we can compromise.
The
We
strategic
need to
plan has
negotiate.
everything to do with the levy. If we don't know what we're doing in 3 years, we don't know how much money we should be asking for. And the fact that this board has not addressed the strategic plan since, what was it, April, when this board was made, it's a shame. It's something that should have been addressed a long time ago and was not. And we are on board as one, and so we will all have to face the repercussions of that.
Mhm.
But it's a dereliction of duty.
So what do you think is another option for the levy?
We can keep it flat. We can keep it flat and talking about an abatement in the spring. We could use the budget amount of 6.29 and add $500,000 to lawyers' fees, or we could even use the amount of the decreased levy and just add the $500,000 for that. That would be $6,388,132. So there are different things that we could be talking about, if anyone was willing to talk about them.
In the spirit of negotiation and compromise, do any of those appeal to you?
Actually, I'm interested in flat or below, and I'm definitely interested in an abatement.
Okay.
So that's my input.
I would rather see a lower levy and no abatement.
Well, that's in the spirit. That's the way we go. Okay, next.
And I just want it below.
Oh.
Do you
okay,
want
another one.
suggestion for that levy?
The abatement you're asking for, or you gave last year, is much more than the 400,000 we're doing on the decreased levy. So I don't know what,
So why don't we just make
looking
it
at-
flat and then decide later how much we want to do the abatement
Yeah,
for?
we could do an abatement in the.
No.
in the
It could
spring.
even be more than the $400,000 that you're asking for now.
After we have agreed on our strategic plan, we'll have a better idea of where we stand.
We have so much money in the bank. This is ridiculous. You three people don't understand finance at all. The money's sitting there, and it's not earning much interest. We're taxing the taxpayers that some people can't afford it. They're having a tough time because of COVID. And you're asking for more money than you need.
And you're
It's
unwilling to
it's not right.
compromise. You're
It's
It's
unwilling
not
to
right at
compromise.
all.
And you're not willing to compromise
No, I'm
even
not.
with the flat one.
No, the only one I'm going to vote for is the 18% decrease. That's it. I'm not voting for any others.
Oh, thank
So if you guys
Again,
can't come
once
along with us
again,
on that, we're
Thank
going to
you
have a
again,
zero.
Mr. Kelly.
You want a zero? That's it.
Are you
We can
threatening
survive.
us?
Yes, he is threatening us.
This is the way he handles
This
everything.
is the way, yes, he bullies us.
So now we have to call on our president.
For what?
Are you going to
Make
take
a
a
motion?
leadership role here and try to convince or try to help us to negotiate something
Well, I
that we
think,
could all be happy with so that the library can survive?
okay, let's not use that term survive. Again, we have $12 million, We're not
Whatever.
No,
closing the door.
well,
Let's not use the word survive.
So we have two options
Let's
here,
use
right?
the term making compromise that we can all agree on, except maybe Joe, because he's being stubborn. and
Okay,
only
please,
wants one thing.
I'm so
He
tired
just
of all
said
this.
he
I'm-
doesn't
You know,
want to
Patty,
speak.
you are impossible.
Thank you, and so are you.
You really are, the way you
Thank
speak
and
about
so
it.
are
let's
you.
continue,
All right, you know, what?
please.
I'll tell you what, we have two options. It's flat at 698,375, or we have the negative or 18% decrease, 588,132. So why don't we just have two motions and see where we stand? So I can make a
Well,
motion.
why do we have to use these figures? We don't even have to use these figures.
What I would like to make the motion that if we keep it level, we give an abatement back in the spring.
What's
Second
the
that
amount of the,
698,3725.
Yeah, the level.
Is level.
698.
okay.
372.
Why are you
Make the
giving,
motion and
why,
just-
why is she giving an abatement? We haven't even collected those taxes till a year from now.
Because I
It doesn't make
feel,
sense. It doesn't
Joe,
make sense.
like I said, I feel we need to have our strategic plan. We need to know what we're doing for the next 3 years. Why cut our nose to spite our face?
It's called a compromise.
It's called a compromise. We can take this money if we decide after we're done with, and we have our strategic plan, okay? We can
We're
afford
not
to
short
give
of
it
any
back.
money. We have a lot of money in the bank. Lots and lots of money. More than we need. You're hurting the taxpayers. They don't need to pay. They've overpaid for the last 5 or 6 years on their library tax, property taxes. We've got too much money. Okay, that's and we're only reducing it by 400,000 from what our budget is. That's about 6%.
Well, our budget is
6%. And it's not gonna, we're gonna end up with a balance in the bank probably a year from now, instead of 12 million, $11 million or 11.5 if everything works out. So that's a lot of money, and we don't need to increase the abatement on the taxpayer.
He means the levy.
Illinois is tied with New Jersey for the second highest property taxes in the nation. And I wonder why. Because it's people like you.
Thank you, Joe.
Okay.
Oh,
You want to
So
call
where
out
do
that
we
tone?
stand?
Because that
Are
tone
we
wasn't
ready-
any better
are we
than,
ready for, a motion, because
I gave
this
a
is
motion.
just getting heated.
Yeah, we have a motion on the table.
Now,
Okay,
can you
to
repeat the
pass-
motion?
What's the
A
motion?
motion to adopt a levy of $6,983,725.
I second the motion.
So who made it?
Patty.
I did,
Patty? Okay.
so that we, and then give a,
Well,
And
we can't,
then look at the spring to
after
give,
we do our strategic plan, we can figure better how much we can afford to give them back.
so does that need to be in the motion? About that whole thing in the motion?
What do you think? Should there be any emotion that we, no, or yes?
I don't know that can be.
You know, we need to levy, is what we need.
Okay, so we're
That's the
levying.
levy that I
That's the
want.
levy motion.
I
Okay,
think abatements are separate
Okay,
actions.
we'll deal with that later.
so we have a second for this motion?
I was the second.
Okay.
Should I take the,
Do you want a roll call?
Greg, please call the roll.
trustee Derblick,
No.
trustee Schoenfeld,
No.
trustee Makula,
No,
trustee Rosansky,
Yes.
trustee Olson,
Yes.
trustee Keen.
Yes.
3-3, the motion fails.
So Caroline, I thought you said you wanted a flat levy.
Not me.
Oh, you just said that.
Yes,
No,
you
I
did.
said we have two options, flat and, the 18% below.
Okay, tell me how you're negotiating.
I move that we take a vote on the 18% decrease, which is for 5.888,
I don't,
$5,888,000 and $588,000 $800 and $8,132. I'll read it again so there's no confusion.
I'd like to make. an
5,000,000.
amendment to that. I'd like to make. an
$888,132.
I'd like to make an
second it.
amendment and we could split the difference between 5,888 and 6,983.
We have a second. Let's take a vote on this.
There's
I'm
a-
sorry.
We just made an amendment, so
Made an
now
amendment.
Yeah,
we
you
need
split the
to, we have to
difference
go with
between
the
the two.
amendment.
Who was
So
the
let them finish their
The
amendment.
second
The
on the
difference
amendment.
between the two,
No.
and I can't figure out.
Who was the
what-
second on the original motion?
Show and tell.
Oh, okay.
So
So split
Maybe
the
Craig
difference.
can
Can you
figure it out.
6,983,725 and 588.
He's got his calculator.
I'd rather have the flat, you'd rather have the low.
So let's go up between.
Let's go in between. We're
There's
here
compromise.
to work, we are for the library, we are supposed to be setting our goals for the library.
Right. And what are we
And-
asking that's so horrible? To go to decrease by
It's-
400,000.
I don't have
Asking
enough
for
time.
compromise. Go in between the two.
What you're doing is
Yes.
bullying us into something that,
Nobody's bullying you. You have $12 million.
Okay, so to split the difference between flat and the 18% reduction, the number is 6,435,9285.
Is that comparable
Wait,
to what our
that's,
budget is
no,
now?
that's too many numbers.
What? 50 cents.
It's about 100,000 more than our budget at least.
No, let me see.
I don't think it's that off. Is it?
The budget is 6,290,029. It does put some money in there for the legal, extra legal.
Well, you're using the budget. I thought,
No, I asked how much difference it is for budget.
oh, well, we don't have the correct number yet.
So the number we started with was what was the flat.
Yes. And
Flat
what was the number that you
Six.
give and you split it 50/50?
6,983,725
That's flat.
That's what.
And
and 588.
123 or 132.
132.
Okay, the difference between the two, Greg has calculated at 6,435,928.
How could it be? 5 minus 2 is 3.
I'm sorry?
Okay, that's the difference between, okay, 6,435,928.
Yeah, the difference between flat and the 18% decrease is about $1,095,000. So if you divide that by 2, that's like 547,000 and change, which if you add that to the 5,888 number, the result is 6,435,928. Okay, and that is higher than the budget, which is 6,290,000, and I can't remember the last 3 digits. But Cindy is right. There is the wild card with the appropriated, though unbudgeted amounts in legal. So that would cover, part of that. And I think if we're spending $500,000 in legal, something is seriously wrong.
Well, that's fact, just based on how we're surviving lately.
So,
Focused on the levy.
I have a question though, about this concern about there isn't a budgeted amount, but an appropriated amount. Now, if, for example, in another line item, you had 20,000 in the budget, 40,000 in appropriations, and you ended up spending 50,000, You're over your budget. The appropriation is there for you to be able to use that money. So how are you in trouble?
So I'm not sure what, reframe your
A
question.
budgeted amount,
No, I understand what you said, but
okay, a budgeted amount is an X amount of dollars, appropriation is twice that much. So let's say you budgeted an amount, but you went over that budget. Maybe it doubled. So now you have to go into your appropriation, which is the purpose of the appropriation. My understanding is that you can use your appropriations, like 50% of it.
no, you can use all of it.
Oh, I thought it was 50%. So why are we in trouble not needing to levy for the budget if we have appropriation?
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm grasping what you're asking,
Okay,
but let me
we're
take
spending
a crack.
500,000, got it, hope not. We have 500,000 in appropriations for legal fees.
Mhm.
And we're gonna be spending money in that line item.
Mhm.
So I'm trying to figure out how is that affecting us in a negative way?
Yeah, so, when in this discussion that we've been talking about trying to cover the budget of, or what the levy would be relative to the budget of $6,290,000. That number that I just said includes only $40,000 in legal fees. And the appropriation includes $580,000. Now, it seems to me that the intent is to spend over the $40,000. As a matter of fact, we've spent $65,000 in the first 4 months of the year. And if the last 8 months are like the first 4 months, we'll probably spend close to $200,000 in legal fees. Just
Right,
taking that amount and multiplying it by
right. We
3.
were planning 250,
So-
okay.
So the intent really is to spend well in excess of the $40,000. Although it just so happens that, the appropriation is so overweighted that it will cover all of those expenses. So if you look at a budget as in terms of your intent to spend is $6,290,000 plus the amounts of legal fees that you intend to spend that you were reluctant to put into the budget because you weren't sure what the number is. And like I said, I think a reasonable estimate might be $200,000 based upon the legal fee run rate at this point. I don't think that we've seen legal fees relative to the union negotiations at this point. My understanding is that they haven't started in earnest. And when we do, that that run rate may increase materially. I can't answer that. So it might be something higher. So if you take the 200,000 and add it to the 6,290,000, you get about $6.5 million of actual rational intent to spend. So in the next during this budget year.
So my question is, what is the disadvantage of not budgeting and using the appropriation? It doesn't hurt us. The money will
Well-
still be there, so I don't understand why we need to do that.
Yeah, I feel like
If we went over every line item,
Mhm.
budgeted amount, we would be using appropriation. How does that affect us? We would not have levied for that money.
right.
We would
So it
have
puts
spent
you
over our budget.
So it puts you at a disadvantage.
So, well, and to what degree? Are we penalized? I mean,
Are you Well, you're penalized because you have less cash at the end.
we have $12 million sitting in the bank. I'm trying to rationalize why we have to do this.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing a response to that question.
Yeah, I feel like you're asking me why we would be out of money when we still had checks. I don't quite understand.
Well,
what
I
you're
don't
going
understand
at.
that comment, but anyway, so where are we? Are we voting on something? I'm sorry, look.
Yes, voting on the amount. It was left with Diane to split the difference. And so that is 6,435,928. Was that a motion that you made?
That's a motion to split the
And who's the
difference
second on it,
in
please?
the-
Yes.
We had a motion to vote on the 18%
This is an
reduction.
amendment
this
to
is
the.
Oh, this is the amendment. That's where we are. Okay.
So who was the second on the amendment? Patty? Okay.
Okay, so
I
then.
mean, let's remember, we have to do what's best for the library.
We have to compromise. You know, compromise means we all give and take. We don't just give.
So do you want
Okay.
to roll call on that amendment?
So before,
Oh, I'm sorry, is that where we are?
yeah, I just want to make one last comment to put it in perspective. When you compare the 6,435,000 compared to the flat levy of 6,983,000, it's approximately a $550,000 reduction from the previous year's levy. So with that said, should I take the roll, Carolyn?
Can I just ask one quick question? Our budget for this year is 629
Yes,
or 69? It's 629.
$6,290,000 and
$29.
Okay,
$29.
that's right. I just couldn't remember.
So basically, we're voting on a $6.4 million levy.
$6,435,928.
We're
We're not,
voting on a
we're not
compromise.
any longer voting on this motion for $5.8 million.
No, this
We're
isn't.
voting on the amendment.
Amendment.
Oh, all right.
Compromise.
It's a compromise. It's halfway between the two.
Okay, Greg, please take the roll.
Trustee Derblick,
No.
Trustee Schoenfeld,
No,
Trustee Makula,
No,
Trustee Rosansky,
Yes.
Trustee Olson,
yes,
Trustee Keene.
Yes.
3-3, the motion fails.
Amendment fails.
The amendment fails. Well, the motion and the amendment fails. Now, should I take the roll on the 5,888,132?
Okay, yes, please do.
yes.
I'd like to make another amendment.
I don't know.
Is that possible?
I don't know.
I don't think you can.
It's
have-
too late.
It's too late.
Well, maybe because she called for the roll. Too late.
So let's do the roll on this.
Okay.
Trustee Derblick,
For 5,888,132,
that's
correct?
correct.
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld,
Yes,
Trustee Makula,
Yes, and I know we can survive on this and thrive on it.
Thank you.
Trustee
We're voting now.
Rosansky.
Thank you.
Trustee Rosansky,
Abstain.
I'm not clear what happens if this doesn't pass.
We don't get a levy.
What
Trustee,
happens if we don't get any?
That's
money?
right.
Trustee Olson,
Well, thank you, Mr. Makula.
Well, you can always propose another motion for another amount.
Even after this passes or
Well,
doesn't?
you've been saying you can come up with your own money, right? I don't know. I don't
Okay,
know
can we
why-
Well,
take
when
the
can
roll?
we do another amendment? Well,
Okay.
this will determine what I'm gonna say.
Okay,
I
I'm
mean,
sorry.
when can we have another amendment?
Well, you
If
can't
this
amend, you
passes,
can't
of
amend
course.
this motion because it's in the middle of a vote. So you have to finish the vote. But, what's the agenda say? Oh, the agenda says adoption of the Niles-Maine District Library Levy Ordinance. It does not say that you're voting here on a particular amount.
So if we could just,
Finish this vote and make a
please,
motion
and then you
that
can
you
talk
want.
about it.
You're going to finish this vote and then you can make another motion. You're not limited here to a particular, these three sets of motions. You're limited, you're allowed to adopt a levy. There's no restriction, there's no definition of the amount on the
Well, if
agenda.
this passes, how do we?
If it passes, then that's your levy.
If
And
it doesn't pass, then
if it doesn't pass, then can we make an amendment?
No, you can make another
you can make
motion.
another motion.
but that doesn't mean that motion will pass.
I abstain.
Trustee Keene,
I'm gonna vote.
The vote is 3 ayes, 1 nay, and 2 abstentions. The motion passes.
Thank you.
So
For
the levy is
The levy
for-
is for $5,888,132. So, just a clerical point. You are going to have Evans, Marshall, and Pease actually create the levy document. Is that back in the staff's hand?
Actually, they were already created.
Oh,
How's that?
do we have those?
He left, so I guess we don't.
He says he quit.
So, then is that back? Would you like the staff to prepare the levy
Somebody's
document?
gonna need to prepare it now since he walked out. So what do we do in that situation?
Maybe we can, somebody can talk to him and.
No,
No.
we don't
Get-
want
get
we
to.
that
don't want
document.
him.
No, all right.
He doesn't
Well, then
know.
the
He
staff,
couldn't
if
even
the
answer
staff
a
can
question.
produce it, then
So Carolyn.
No, I don't see why he would produce it. I mean, he left, he couldn't believe it. He said, well, we're the
Well,
most
I can't believe it
unprofessional board
either.
he ever heard.
So Carolyn, perhaps you would like to instruct the staff to prepare the levy document.
That's what
for-
I said. I
Okay.
said, since he won't, apparently staff will have to create it.
I think you need to give an official directive.
Yeah.
Or someone does. Because otherwise it's not gonna happen.
Well, you know what? Why don't we revisit that statement later? Let's just say we passed the levy in this amount, and I will find out about the levy document.
What do
We
you
can
need
have
to
a
find out?
conversation about this
What do you need to find out?
tomorrow. I don't know how I'm gonna proceed. I'm not sure. This is another unbelievable situation. And, we'll need to move forward. And I have to get information on how we're gonna move forward.
What information on how you move forward comes from a board decision.
The board has no idea what we should be doing right now. Our
We should ask
accountant
Greg
walked
to make
out.
the document.
Our accountant walked out. Supposedly he already prepared all these documents.
But he said you didn't have to pay him.
Pardon me?
He said you didn't have to pay him.
We didn't have to do what?
Pay him. He said
Well, we
you
don't
don't
pay
have
him
to.
for anything. This guy's been working since day one and we haven't paid him.
you know what?
So don't worry about that.
We could, somebody can contact him and see if we can pay him for the preparing these documents. And then we don't have to, we'll
But
have.
we can't pay the blackbaud bill.
Okay, but wait a minute.
Why do
Listen,
we want to
no.
pay him? I'm confused.
Okay.
We don't want to do that.
No,
No.
I'm just trying to
No.
figure out how to go about getting this document.
We don't pay
Ask
bills.
Greg to
So-
write it up.
I do
You've
not
already
want to be sitting tomorrow at my desk and get a phone call with direction from one board member or another telling me what to do. The board is here.
Yes.
If you want
I
the levy
agree.
document prepared by staff, I
Yeah.
would like you
So
to
is
give that
Greg the only
direction.
person who would prepare it?
Well, I'm not going to prepare it.
Well, I
so-
thought he's going on vacation.
Well, he is going on vacation, but we have until December 31st to file this levy, right? He's not going
Yes.
to be gone that
28th.
long.
December 28th.
28th, okay. So
I
he's not
move
gonna
that
be
we
gone
have
that long.
Greg produce the levy documents.
Okay, then that's fine.
What did you say? I'm sorry, I didn't hear
You made
you.
a
I
motion.
move,
A motion?
I
It
make a
was-
motion
Okay, a
I
second.
don't know that you have,
Can't
I
make a
mean, I don't know
Well,
that you
we
have to
want
have.
direction from the board. I want direction from
Yes,
the board.
please.
I
I
am
hear this
not
all the
gonna
time.
live
Yes.
What we've done in the past and what's sufficed is the president just directs the staff to fix.
Oh, and on this
No,
board,
no.
the president's going to direct? Are you kidding?
I
It's
guess,
the newspaper.
yeah,
Who am I?
It's a
to
Yeah, I
give
board,
a
guess I was.
directive?
it's a board
Oh, let's stay
decision.
on
So we have a
task.
motion and do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, and
Wait,
then we'll
why
vote.
do you
And
have
I
a
will,
motion?
then we will have
We're-
direction.
We're going to have to ask Greg.
The board is going to make a
I thought you
decision
said
to give
three.
direction to the staff as a board. It'll be a first.
Wait,
Thank you.
So who, Joe made it? Who
Joe
seconded
made it, Suzanne seconded it.
Okay. Trustee Derblick,
Yes.
trustee Schoenfeld,
Yes.
trustee McCula,
Yes,
trustee Rosansky,
Yes.
trustee Olson,
Yes,
trustee Keen.
Yes.
6-0, motion passes.
Very clear. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Ten C.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is executive session.
No, 10C.
Snow,
Oh, you're right.
snow removal contract.
Oh, yes. So can we, I need
Do you
to
like
make a
to
motion
discuss
because
it?
we're voting. Okay.
You need a motion.
Yes. the
Can I have a
motion.
motion to, okay, no, we're going to, the motion is going to be general, or should I do it specific by the two different,
Well, the motion
We
would,
need to discuss this because I would like to make.
so it'll be general, and then we'll vote on what will then we'll amend the motion for the specific company, correct? So I'll just make a general motion
okay.
for snow blowing, okay. Do I have a motion to approve the 2021-22 snow removal contract?
Okay, if I
so
could just-
moved.
If we could, just because it's a 2-year contract.
Oh, it
was-
is?
Well, yes. The
So-
BCLS would be a 2-year contract, so it would be 2021, 22, and the 22, 23.
Okay, so what do I do? Do I have to take this back now?
Just
Can I just
clarifying the,
clarify?
say it
Okay.
again.
All right, so do I have a motion to approve the snow removal contract for 2021-22 and 2022-23?
yes, thank you.
Is that for both of these contractors? This expert, I think, is just 1 year, isn't it?
Yeah, but I just want to have the whole time frame in the motion.
I see, okay.
Greg, could you please take the roll?
We don't even discuss.
Well, don't we have?
No, we have to have a
Yeah.
motion and a second to have discussion.
Yeah.
So,
After you vote, you can talk.
no, no, no.
nobody
we
No,
don't,
talking.
no. We do the motion and the second, and then that opens up
Yeah.
discussion.
Yeah, so you have to have the discussion before you.
Okay, so we had a motion and a second?
Oh,
Yeah, I don't-
that's
I
right.
can't- I
I'm-
don't-
We don't have a
I'm
second.
sorry. Okay, so yes, we have a
So who-
motion and a second.
Who made the motion?
Joe
Made the
Joe
motion. I
moved.
did the second.
Okay, one.
Okay, Joe, any comments on either one of these contracts?
It appears that expert who did our work last year, I believe, is a little bit less expensive than the BCLS. But when you just compare parking lot to parking lot, but BCLS, their contract includes sidewalks, but it's for $18,000. It's for quite a bit more money. So my thinking is we might be better off to take expert for the parking lot and then just get another contractor to do the sidewalks.
So we haven't had a lot of success finding a company that just will do sidewalks at this point.
We've also reached out to expert to try to get them to bid, improve their bid to include the sidewalks, and we've not been successful in that either.
They don't want to do sidewalks, period.
We
They-
can't find a contractor with a snow blower? I mean, that should be pretty easy.
So, I was thinking about that comment because when it's snowing, where are you blowing the snow? And you can't blow it on the cars in the parking lot. I mean, I
You
don't
can blow
quite
it on the
understand.
parkway.
No, for the sidewalk.
The
Yeah,
sidewalks
sidewalk.
around the building are
Yeah,
the
you can
main
blow it
ones.
onto the grassy area, the parkway.
At the building, there are no grassy areas. It's a building and a car, a parking lot. I'm trying to
Oh.
imagine how the snow blowing would work throughout the day, and I can't.
Yeah,
fathom it.
so to add, just a little bit of color to what actually goes on here when it snows. In the past, we'd have expert come in and plow the lot before the library opened and then salt it. We have a piece of machinery. It's a 20-year-old John Deere tractor that has a plow and a salt spreader on it. And Dave Dabrowski would get in that and clear the sidewalks the best they could. The biggest problem that we have with the sidewalks around the perimeter of the building, like along Oakton Court and Oakton Street in particular, and Waukegan in particular, is that the plows will come along and cover those sidewalks pretty quickly. And those sidewalks really can't be blown with a snow blower because of the density of the snow. And basically you're getting big rocks and chunks. I'm sure you've all done your driveways and then only to have the plows, plow them back in. That's the snow that gets plowed back in is much heavier. And so you need more than a snow blower. You need a piece of equipment that's heavy enough to be able to drive through that stuff and to push it off of the sidewalk.
On this bill from BCLS, it's kind of, he doesn't specifically say the sidewalks in the contract, but I think in the last page or something, he mentioned sidewalks. It's
Yeah.
kind of vague there.
It
Yeah.
is, but I did clarify with Dave, that had the conversation that it is, this is what is on the last page is a clarification of the comment on page 65, that the seasonal cost for pavement / walk salting is $6,800. But that is including all of the building perimeter as well as the ingress and egress walks and the public sidewalks around the library, Oakton Street, Waukegan, and Oakton Court. So it's doing the sidewalks around the building as well as
Could
the
I have a
sidewalks
copy
around
of
the
that?
building. Oh, you don't, with the pink one on it, page 66?
Yeah,
It
66.
highlighted, the highlighted.
Oh.
Yeah, it's hard to read, but that's the way it came. That's underneath there is where he's clarifying that that's including all of
Okay, I
those
see, I see.
sidewalks.
Okay, he's clarifying it there.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then Cindy, in terms of salting, now I was reading that you have to sign a waiver for that.
That's
There's a liability.
if you don't salt.
Okay.
If you don't choose to have them salt, they want us to sign a waiver that frees them of any liability whatsoever.
Okay. Which is understandable. Now, these are the only two landscapers that we received quotes on.
There was one that came in just a few days ago, but it was higher than both of these. And it didn't make the board package.
It was about $30,000
No.
for 1 year.
So is this correct in that the BCLS, it's a seasonal 2-year contract, $11,800 would include the sidewalks also?
No, the sidewalks are the 6,800 added for a
That would be-
total of 18,600
Okay.
for the year. Up to 50 inches.
I do have one more question. In terms of contractors, did anyone reach out to G&L Contractors at all in terms of getting a quote from them since they do St. Geoffrey parking lot and things?
I don't know if it was on.
That's not a name that's familiar to me.
That's not how it works either, is it? That we reach out to specific contractors?
So it all depends. In this case, Dave called a number of different contractors to try to collect bids. So it's not unusual to zero in and call. If you do an open call, by posting an ad or something.
Right, but it's not.
Then you rely more on people seeing the ad. But there's still a certain amount of, I'll call it bird dogging, particular contractors, just to make sure that you have something that would represent a choice.
But not from trustees. Because that would be unethical.
That might be.
From what I understand.
Excuse me, are we going in order, like, Trustee Rosansky, are you next? I don't know.
Well, I don't know, because you're not calling anybody.
Well-
Joe went, Suzanne went.
Can I
Do you
just
have
ask
anything
if
to say?
Trustee Schoenfeld is finished, and she's going through her papers, I'm not sure, do you have any more
Those
questions?
are all the questions that I.
Thank you. Okay, Trustee Rosansky.
Anyway, since we have no choice, since since we are losing several people from building management, I'm not supposed to name names. We have no choice because we will have nobody who could plow for us or do the driveway, sidewalks. Is that correct?
At this time, we don't have a separate company to do the sidewalks, right?
So
And we
either.
wouldn't have enough staff to be here all the time, depending on when it would snow.
I understand. So we kind of are stuck between a rock and a hard place here. We have no choice. We have to take the guy who does the sidewalks. I don't visualize many of our residents wanting to track through a foot of snow.
Well, it would be great if they're going to do the sidewalks because, people who are trying to catch the bus end up having to walk down the street because those sidewalks never get cleared. It just gets too heavy. So if this is really going to keep the Oakton Port, Waukegan, and Oakton.
As well as the
Clear.
sidewalks around the building.
Yeah, it's the sidewalks around the building. I mean, I know Dave does Oakton, but this gets so packed up here in this hill. I don't know. Sidewalk.
Yeah.
Up to the corner.
There's a lot of sidewalks.
Yeah, there's a lot of sidewalks.
Yes. So we probably would be better off, as she said, with this complete inclusive contract here.
I'm sorry, Trustee Rosansky finished? I believe we're on Trustee Rosansky.
We were.
If we could just hold our comments, let's give
Okay.
everyone an opportunity to speak.
Yeah, it's the main thing I see here is because of the fact we are so short-handed with staff. We're kind of stuck, and this is the one, in my opinion, that we get. So,
Trustee Olson.
Yeah, I just have one question. So after they have to come after a 2-inch snowfall, right? Apparently. And then,
1
I
inch.
thought it was
1
1
inch.
inch.
1 inch?
1 inch.
Okay. And then they leave and then you know how it rains, snows again in the afternoon. Do they come back? And do we pay them?
Yeah, the idea is, in effect, you're contracting for clear pavement, and dry conditions to the best of their ability. So, there's always going to be some melt and refreezing, especially on the north side of the building.
Right.
They probably wouldn't come back right away. We would probably go out there and spread salt because it's isolated. If it was more broadly over the parking lot, we would give them a call and let them know that, we need them to come do a pass to, salt us down. The difficult part of all of this will be when those conditions exist, because, if it's the middle of the day and there are quite a few cars in the parking lot, they'll be very reluctant to drive their equipment through and salt because of the potential liability, and would probably want to wait until the library closed so that they could actually, get in there and do a complete job and make the best use of their time.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Keenan.
No question.
Oh, no questions?
I said no question.
Oh, I'm sorry. All right, I have a couple regarding Bills. I just want to clarify, there is a section where it says that he will be salting.
Mhm.
Or does, I read somewhere and I need to just be sure he's salting and he's cleaning the sidewalk.
That's correct.
He's doing both, right? Okay.
Yeah.
And then, as far as, Trustee Olson already mentioned coming back, do we give them like a time, like we want them here at 6 in the morning when it snows, or do they just come when they can, or?
Yeah, well, if you can imagine, these guys would rather work at 6 in the morning than, 11 o'clock. Because at 6 in the morning, they can make quick work of the lot, and they could, get in and get out and do what they're contracted to do.
Okay.
And then probably come back afterwards, after the library closes, and hit us again if necessary.
So
So
we don't think he'll come out during the day, like when we have substantial snow?
that would be unusual. I don't
Really?
think, yeah, I don't think we've ever had that.
So if we have a rough winter, I mean, there are days, well, it's been a while, but I mean, if it snows a great deal during the day, they won't come back out.
No, it's
Because we would have cars in the parking lot that wouldn't be able to come out. I mean, sometimes it snows quickly.
it does.
So what, I'm trying to figure out what is the arrangement they have with us? Usually they'll tell you or give you some window. So do we have any idea? I mean, I'd like to know that since we're a
They can't
business.
give
Please
us
don't interrupt.
time. I mean,
I kind of think that maybe something we need to know. I mean, we can't be a library. And unless we're going to close every time it snows and think they're coming in the morning and not until we close. And that worries me.
Is there some language that you would like us to put in the contract to?
No,
stipulate?
usually they make
Maybe
arrangements.
something like the driveways would be cleared. He doesn't have to clear the parking spaces because of the cars.
Okay.
That would be most important, then they can get out.
No, I think that's in here already, that based on cars, that they would only do the open path, but I'm asking that they'll come back during the day when our staff is here and it's snowing and they gotta get out.
the
Well,
way
that's
I
what he just
understood
said.
Greg.
He would do the main path.
No, I'm asking, will he come back during the day to do that?
Yes, he'll come back if it's snowing.
So
during
he
the
said
day.
so it's already part of this contract.
Well, doesn't say that anywhere.
But you just, Greg said, they would just call them and tell them it's not involved.
I mean, so would that be an additional charge then?
Yeah, we need
No.
to,
It would not be an additional charge unless it was more than 50 inches.
And then in terms of manpower, there's 2 people that are going to do this whole area
I don't know what you're asking. In the contract?
for the
Here it says
contract.
minimum 2 men.
It
2
says
hours.
only 2 men.
It doesn't matter as long as they get the
minimum.
job done.
Okay.
Yeah. And that was for the pay-as-you-go section.
Yeah, so if we have a particularly rough winter and we have more than 50 inches snow, then we're basically paying on a per event, per equipment, per man rate. In Chicago, the average snowfall is about 38 inches. I think I tried to put like the last several years. We
never
had
a snow
just
like
shy,
that.
we just had just shy of 48 or 50 inches last year, 35 inches the year before, 50 inches the previous year, 36, 26, 31 going back. And then you might have a snowfall like 2013-14, which was 85 inches. So for the number of inches in excess of 50 inches, we would have to basically pay on an a la carte basis based on the schedule that you see on page 65.
But the likelihood that that is physically hard.
It's pretty low, averages being what they are, but you never know.
Sure, you never know.
Well, then, Greg, can I ask one more question? It states in the contract here that the payments will begin November 15th,
Right,
so $2,950.
correct. Well, and that only includes the 11,800. It's unclear how the 6,800 would be paid. My expectation is that if you divided that by 4 and added it to the 2950, that would be your 4 monthly
four
payments.
Can I just add one other concern? This is a contract, and I was thinking we should probably have our attorneys review it because we seem to end up with contracts and we're not sure where we stand sometimes. And I'm thinking before you accept it, I mean, we'll vote on it or I don't know. I guess we have
Subject to the attorney's review.
Yes.
Yeah, so you'll accept the commercial terms, but
Yes,
the-
and then you'll find, and then, wait, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. But go ahead, what was that?
So you'll vote to accept the commercial terms.
Right, 11 plus,
Yeah, the 18.6,
yeah,
up to 50 inches, et cetera. And then we'll send it to Dennis Walsh for his review.
please, yes, yes.
Yes,
And then in terms of, will they come back? We don't, or did we get that question
Well,
answered?
I think Dave should be any minute. He would be the one with the most experience about how it works when the parking lot is full of snow. So,
In terms of how this
well, and
company,
he talked to this company. So
oh,
he's the one
good,
that had the
okay, okay,
conversation.
that's wonderful.
I
Did you
just
find him? Huh? Oh, he's gone. Okay.
Well, if we could just clarify, I just
okay,
want to
no
make sure the
problem.
library is covered. I mean, I don't need to know the answer, I just want to make sure it happens. Okay, so that would be my, oh, and then one last question. So the quote is for 11,000 for the driveways, and I believe last year, if I'm stating this correctly, it cost us something like 10,000.
yeah.
So his
10,006.
11,000 really isn't out of the ballpark.
Right,
And plus, he will do the sidewalks, which I think would be to our advantage.
right,
For the extra 6,000,
Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
6,800.
6,800. So clarify full parking lot. Verify the check.
Should I call the roll?
We have to make, we didn't,
There wasn't a motion, otherwise you
motion-
couldn't have talked.
but we don't have a specific motion for this amount or anything.
So, okay, so let's amend it.
Yes,
And the amendment should be to award the contract to BCLS, right?
yes,
Um,
in the amount,
For 2 years?
okay. But the amount is, total amount is,
Okay.
For
So,
18.6 per year.
so we could use this language here, right? Award a contract for snow removal and salting to BCLS Landscaping for the 2021, 2022, and 2022, 2023 snow removal seasons in the amount of 18,600 per year.
okay, and where on earth are you reading?
61.
Thank you.
It's also at the top of the page.
Yeah,
Is
it's top
it?
of 61.
The top is 61. Yeah.
Okay, so who's making the motion?
I'll make it.
Patty?
Second.
And who seconded?
Yeah, Diane seconded it.
Diana? Okay, trustee Gerblick,
Yes,
trustee Schoenfeld,
Yeah.
trustee Makula,
Yes,
trustee Rozansky,
Yes,
trustee Olson,
Yes,
trustee Keen,
Yes.
6-0, the motion passes.
I'd like to move that we table the executive session.
second,
Well, I think,
we'll never get
I
those
think-
notes done.
don't-
do we have to take a vote?
Yeah.
yes.
without giving the motion.
Oh,
Are they due? Are they overdue?
The motion to table it, you still need.
Yeah, I think
So
you
you-
need a motion on the table before you
You
can
can
actually
table it.
vote the
All right.
table, you know.
all right, thank you, you're right. Okay.
It's getting late, okay.
Do I
Yeah.
have a motion to go into executive session to review closed session minutes?
so moved.
Greg, please take,
Now we're gonna,
Now
now
you
it's
can
gonna
table
move, now you're gonna,
Now you're going to make a motion.
Patty,
I'd
to-
like to motion that we table the executive session.
Then you're gonna
second,
Second.
It's seconded by, take care of it. She opened it up.
Okay, motion to table. Trustee Derblick,
yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld,
Yes.
trustee McCullough,
Yes.
trustee Rosansky,
Yes.
trustee Olson.
Yes.
Trustee Keen.
Yes.
Okay. Final
So then we have the other final action. So then we need a motion to adjourn.
Don't we have other?
Yeah, or
Oh, other,
Yes,
forgot other.
Okay, are there, any comments for other, trustee Makula,
No.
trustee Trumpo?
No.
Trustee Rosansky?
Just the fact that I do feel we need to put on the agenda the hiring freeze next month, because we are losing more and more people. We need to replace, especially building services. I think it's a huge loss. Just about the whole department's going to be lost.
And it's not like we don't have the money, right?
We have about
There's no
12
reason,
We have
no
about,
reason not to.
we have about 12 agenda items for December, and I believe that
What are
was
they?
one of the recommendations. I can't remember that.
We don't know
Okay,
about
the
what
one
they are,
other
so.
one that I had before, do you remember, was pertaining to the press policy,
Yeah.
stating that we need to make up our own press policy because it's been with the lawyer since they got in office, and we still don't have anything, so we need to come up with our own press policy, so the press knows where they stand.
Well, I don't know about that, but we need a press policy, so I can certainly contact the attorney as well. We have plenty of time.
Never mind, I won't say what I'm saying.
Okay, so
So we have a media policy. We can look at it and
Fine, we need to
have the
look this
attorney review
over,
it.
and we need to address it so that everybody understands it. At this point, we have the press, their policy, and they think of is they have to play everything. And we would like to get away from everybody having to play. So therefore, if we have a legitimate press policy or media policy, whatever you would like to call it, I think it needs to be discussed at the next meeting.
Cindy, could we get a copy of what we're currently following?
I can give you what the policy is in the policy book.
Is
You
that
know.
what, is that the procedure we're following right now?
No.
No, it doesn't really have procedures. It
We're
doesn't have
sorry, I
procedures.
didn't hear.
It doesn't have procedures. It just is a statement of our media. I don't know. I have to get it for you. It's
So
not,
there
it's very
is
short.
something in writing.
We have a policy. We do.
I know, but what are we doing now? It sounds like we have a policy and we're doing something else right now.
What we're doing now is that the staff is not allowed to talk to the press because that's what you said.
So
Well,
that's not
that's
what
not
I said.
exactly
Is
what
there a
is
statement or
happening.
something to that effect, Cindy? What are we engaging in? I'm trying to figure this out.
No, what is happening is that Sasha is speaking to the press about library events and programs and things like that. And anything to do with the board, he's not talking about. He doesn't speak for the board. He speaks for the library and what's happening at the library. So that's basically
Okay.
what's
It's
happening.
very limited policy at this point. That's why we're getting so many lawyers.
Well, I don't know why we're
Later,
getting.
we'll talk.
Yeah, this is something that definitely needs.
All right. Trustee Rose, yes, hearing.
So that was the two things,
Hiring freeze and the press policy.
yes, definitely need to be put on the agenda.
And the staff, I would think. I mean, first we change.
Well, yeah, but we have to reduce the, or get rid of the hiring freeze.
Well, we could do it in the same day.
Otherwise, it's gonna be we could do that the same day. It depends on how much stuff we're discussing.
When the
We have the
hiring,
levy.
Yeah. The way it was just explained.
We're done
You
with the
can-
levy.
I'm sorry, the
Correct you.
auditor's report,
Oh,
my
yeah, the
mistake.
audit-
The
the
auditor's
audit.
Okay,
report.
that's something totally different.
Sorry, wrong word. Okay, and then what- I know there were several other items that came to my attention. Okay. All right, so I'm sorry. Trustee Olson, did I call you?
For what?
Other?
Did
Do you have any other?
do you have any
Something for
others?
other, nothing, no.
Okay, trustee Keenan.
Yes, back to just to make my own comment about the hiring freeze. When it was made as a temporary hiring freeze, it was not ever mentioned how long it was going to be for. So I think that needs to be addressed. You can't just say it's temporary and not give a deadline.
I thought it was temporary until after the budget. was
Right.
set.
Well,
Yeah, I think that's what the
It
wording
has
was.
been set.
so maybe we need to investigate that. And then, the maintenance position has to take front and center.
Definitely.
The maintenance position needs to take front and center next month.
I wanted to get on this. and
Right.
I didn't get on.
We also need to revisit the idea of the vacancy on the board. Just because we didn't agree last time doesn't mean that it's dead in the water. We need to get someone else on this board, and somehow there's going to have to be compromise. It's what we owe the community to have a full board. And just another little note, I would like to ask for better communication with trustees when I email or text you. I would really like to get a response because we're supposed to be working with each other. And when you don't respond to me at all, that's not communicating or working together.
Once again, if you'd like to reach me quickly, telephone and text. That's all I can say. And I will
I'm not
respond to
speaking
your
only to
emails
you,
as much
Carolyn.
as I can.
I'm not
Okay.
speaking only to you.
Okay, but I'm just letting everyone know that, okay? I have more email than mailboxes than I know to do it, so please text me or call me.
So we're set now for
Is that
the,
with other?
for the budget, right?
Is that with the levy?
I mean, the levy, excuse me. Wrong term.
So we're not meeting December 7th?
No,
No.
We just need a motion to adjourn then?
oh, do I have a motion to adjourn?
So move.
Second,
Trustee Gerblick.
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld.
yes.
Trustee McCula.
Yes.
Trustee Rosansky.
Yes.
Trustee Olson.
Yes.
Trustee Keen.
Yeah.
We're adjourned.